Oh, my goodness. And there it is. Wow, gets it to go.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Bowl TV. My name is Matt Cannizzaro, and thank you for joining us for another exciting afternoon of PWBA Tour coverage. We're going back to the ITRC to see the second half of qualifying for the 2021 ITRC Classic. And this morning, wow, Liz Johnson, the GOAT, as they call her, put on quite a show through 8 games. She was absolutely at a blistering pace. Struggled a little bit in Game 9. Opened the door for some of the folks to catch up a little bit, but she still is the front runner and the player to beat. A Squad hitting the lanes now for 9 games of qualifying. At the end of the day, the field will be cut down from 36 to the top 12 players for tomorrow's round robin match play. Liz Johnson feeling pretty comfortable. We caught up with her after her block, and we'll talk to her again tonight. But very, very eager group of players ready to get back out on the lane to see if they can maneuver their way around this 43-foot oil pattern. We'll have all the analysis and much more. Great guests coming up. We got a lane panel expert, all kinds of good stuff coming up. So stay tuned, sit back, and enjoy Bowl TV free coverage here of qualifying and match play all week long. Again, we had the Bowlers Journal Classic wrap up last night. Exciting conclusion. Shannon O'Keefe taking home the trophy there. All of the highlights, news, and notes available on the PWBA social media channels and at PWBA.com. If you missed any of that, check it out in the Bowl TV archives. And please plan on being there tomorrow night for the conclusion of the ITRC Classic. Again, same format in place. 9 games of qualifying. We'll cut the field down to the top 12 for round robin match play, and then down to 4 for the step ladder finals. They did not disappoint last night, and no doubt that today and tomorrow will be much the same. Bigger picture also happening right now. The top 24 players from the standings, combining both events, the Bowlers Journal Classic and the ITRC Classic. 18-game pinfall totals will determine the 24 players advancing to round-robin match play of what will be the PWBA Hall of Fame Classic. So all match play events will have a stepladder finals there as well. So all in all, we're crowning 3 national champions at this week's festivities, and 1 regional champ coming up this weekend. So all that and more, all the details. You don't have to listen to me. Aaron Smith will be joining us here in the booth. Jason Thomas on the sidelines. Again, other special guests on the way. Let's get to it. Aaron Smith.
Hi, Matt, and hello to everybody on Bowl TV.
Aaron Smith bringing the liveliness. There you go. You're fired up still from yesterday. You had a fun day. Doing a great job there on the microphone. You got the call on the 299 game from Jillian Martin. We'll see her on the lanes now this afternoon to see if she can get the crowd going one more time. And then, of course, getting to call the action in the stepladder finals. Shannon O'Keefe tossing 8 consecutive strikes to win the event. Had 5 titles in 2019, and now first one of the year in 2021. But that's some crazy stuff, and we'll have a lot to talk about today.
Certainly so, and we'll go ahead and get to a practice session here for A Squad at the ITRC Classic. But, yeah, we had a quick break. We're back at it again. Not going to lie, picked up a delicious beverage that will create some energy for me. So
you can say the name of it. It's made
it is
Pepsi,
in the Pepsi
right?
product. It is a Mountain Dew, so I will be gaining some energy as the squad goes on. It's going to get intense, just like the bowling is out on the lanes. But yeah, what a performance by Liz Johnson. When we look at the standings after the first block there, Liz Johnson plus 394, Stephanie Johnson plus 306, Shannon O'Keefe plus 280, Taylor Boltice had a really nice round there, plus 252, Lindsay Boomershine 233 over, Caitlin Johnson plus 221, and then a bit of a drop off. We kind of talked about a number that folks might feel safe with. Chuck Gardner from Brunswick said he'd feel pretty safe about plus 220. That's actually sixth place. Caitlin Johnson at plus 221. Then it drops down to Lily Robles at plus 92, and then a big drop after that on B squad. Clara Guerrero at plus 144 in eighth place. So it will be interesting. There was a prediction from Chuck saying that the rev rate on this particular squad a little bit higher might make this 43-foot pattern a little tougher. So we will get to see that and more as they prepare to start the first of 9 games here for the ITRC Classic. Matt said we have hopefully a few guests joining throughout the course of the broadcast, though, so you just don't have to get the news from us. We got a lot of great, knowledgeable folks in the industry who may be swinging by for a quick second or two. So we will be looking forward to adding them to the show throughout the course of the broadcast. To the folks watching on Facebook, thank you for following the PWBA and the Sport of Bowling USBC pages, and welcome to our coverage. We've had it all week for qualifying and match play. Basically a teaser to kind of kickstart the round, but you can access the entire qualifying and match play rounds of all these events. So we got 9 games in this squad. We're going to show you the first one for free before we go ahead, turn off the Facebook stream. Then you can only watch on Bowl TV, but Bowl TV will be free with just creating a login. So come join us over there. Join the community. It's a lively chat as always. We have giveaways and more, including a special ITRC focus giveaway coming up in just a little bit as well. Lou Marquez will be back to talk a little bit about that, gold level coach and the pro shop operator at the ITRC. So looking forward to giving that away. But for right now, we're going to settle in. It's time to enjoy the ITRC Classic A squad as we hit the lanes. We're going to go full screen here, Maddie, so folks can enjoy the action. But we're still going to be giving you all the good stuff.
Not this action. All right.
There'll be plenty of that. Don't you worry.
All right.
All right, as we get underway here on lanes 5 through 8, we talked about it quite a bit, and it's definitely going to ramp up here in the final squad of qualifying. The Hall of Fame Classic, which is the final event of the Kickoff Classic Series, once again, 3 national events and 1 regional competition. But the Hall of Fame Classic will be based off of qualifying scores from the Bowlers Journal Classic and the ITRC Classic. So this essentially is the last qualifying block for that final tournament at the end of the week. So for some of these competitors, potentially the end of their trip to the Kickoff Classic, if they don't make the cut here and do not make the cut for the Hall of Fame Classic, they still could potentially be eligible for the regional. There are a few qualifiers for that, but we're going to be looking at 2 sets of scores as we go through the competition today, which is going to be exciting and going to require multiple calculators, Matthew. So hopefully your abacus is still ready and good to go.
That's what I brought you for. I just sit here and I smile at the crowd and I make jokes, and most of them have been actually appropriate so far this week, which I'm impressed with already. New leaf for 2021, but I leave the numbers to you. That's you did great. You do very well with that. But I am here to help. I do have a variety of calculators. And what's the plural of abacus, abaci, abacuses?
We'll take all the help we can get. Jason Thomas will swing in as we get closer. Cut number time with JT. We got to come up with a clever name for it as well when we have those great moments. But as we settle in here for game number 1, we're behind lanes 5 through 8. We're joined by Jacqueline Evans on 5. She just left the 4-7 there. She's bowling with Stephanie Martins from Brazil and Brianna Cote, PWBA Tour champion. Over on 7 and 8, far right of your screen, 2019 breakout star Dasha Kovalova delivering a strike. Chuck said to look out for her. Chuck Gardner, of course, the Brunswick ball rep, said he thought Dasha might be liking what's going to happen on this 43-foot pattern. She's going to be joined by Erin McCarthy, who had a phenomenal day yesterday on her way to a 4th-place finish, making the stepladder finals at the Bowlers Journal Classic. We see Erin with a spare conversion here in frame 2. No problem with that one. And, of course, the final bowler on 7 and 8, the young standout, 16-year-old junior Team USA member Jillian Martin, stealing headlines yesterday as she shot 299 in the final game of the first round of match play to get right into the mix for the stepladder final. She ended up falling a little bit short of making the top 4, but what a run by the young standout. Taking a look overall, an 8th-place finish at 16 years old at a PWBA Tour national event. All right, Matt, we kind of ran down what's going on the pair, but you know what else is going on? A ton of great stuff on social media this week for the Kickoff Classic Series, and one of the folks helping make that happen from inside the ITRC is the one, the only Michael Flanagan from Inside Bowling. So we're going to be bringing Mike into the stream here. So, Mike, there you are. You're looking great, as always, and tell us what's new on the social media space.
Yeah, man, I made a movie.
The movie?
Yeah, I made a movie with the help of everybody here yesterday, and Matt Farber remotely doing some editing for me, and my man Carlos making the thumbnail. We just dropped a movie about 15 minutes ago or so. It's on the USBC Sport of Bowling YouTube channel, and it also dropped on PWBA Facebook.
Fantastic. What can the good folks expect with this movie here?
It's technically a vlog, but because it's 21 minutes in length, I'm going to go ahead and call it a movie. So it's just kind of my entire day yesterday. JT likes to call it a vlogumentary. So yeah, everybody's just going to have to go check it out and let me know what you think of it. I tried to do the best job that I could to paint the picture as if you were here in this bubble and what it's like every single day, because a lot of it's about me, to be honest with you, which is a little uncomfortable for me, really. But it's because I wasn't allowed to interact with people. I couldn't go into, players' rooms and tour their rooms and how they're doing things because it's just not allowed. So it's me by myself in my room. 2 beds. You'll find out I have 2 beds in my room in the vlogumentary movie.
Well, there we go. So that's posted now, folks. Check it out. Mike, I assume this is rated PG, of course, right?
Yeah, it is.
PG-13?
It is, but I anticipate not being invited back because I call out Chad Murphy in this thing. So, yeah, this is probably my last day.
For a raise?
No. I'm afraid I might be escorted out of the building at some point today.
Only if it's raining.
Yeah, exactly. So anyway, I really enjoyed putting it together. It was a lot of work. So go out and watch it at least and give it a thumbs down or a thumbs up, whatever it is you think of it. At least go watch it for me. That's a good thing.
Will do, Michael. After we get done with this block here and all the excitement, we'll be sure to check out. We always got a little downtime after the block to sit back and relax. So 21 minutes, a short documentary, potentially not black and white either. We got color now. So there we go.
Yeah, and I'm calling it a documentary just to make it seem more official and cooler.
I like it. Well, Michael, thank you for the hard work on that and all the other stuff, all the other great content we've had all week. We'll talk to you soon, bud, and stay safe in there.
Yeah, how about that Liz Johnson earlier, man? I got an interview coming up with her. I'll be posting in about 45 minutes.
All right, folks, there you go. Mike Flanagan on the inside at the ITRC. All right, Matt, we're going to keep the guests coming right here because that's what we do, and that's part of the cool features here, Bowl TV, kind of moving forward here in 2021. Once again, great time to pick up a subscription. That'll be available for the we mentioned you can watch qualifying match play for free here from the Kickoff Classic Series. For the stepladder finals, though, you will need a subscription. 4 options to choose from: annual for $79.95, monthly for $9.95. The entire Kickoff Classic Series, which is the final 3 events now, $12.95, or each individual event for $4.95. So some cool stuff from there. But we got this tricky oil pattern out here. We got a great official lane maintenance provider in Kegel, and we got someone to talk about it now. A true legend, one of the greatest individuals in the sport of bowling, potentially in the history of the entire sport. One of our favorites, USBC Hall of Famer, Double J himself, John Janowitz.
Hey guys, what's happening?
Be careful, Aaron, to oversell. You don't want his head to get big, and it won't fit on his tiny body.
Yeah, dude. I'm still here at the Kegel building, so I still got to be able to get out the double doors here. So yeah, please don't pump it up too much, please. Thanks.
There you go, JJ. Perfect segue. Obviously, you're here. You are our lane play expert. We've got our notepads ready. We want to know all the details, and we saw the commercial numerous times so far this week. We know it's coming on February 3rd, I believe is the date, but we don't know exactly what it is. But I know you're going to tell me how to play the pattern. So we want to give you the opportunity to kind of a preview of what that's going to be all about, and we'll take a look at this 43-foot oil pattern here at the ITRC Classic and get some analysis from the expert, and you can tell us how to play it. Now that everybody's on the lanes, you won't be giving any secret advice to the next squad coming out, maybe for tomorrow.
Yeah, let me blow up the I've got the ITRC Classic pattern in front of me now, so I'm kind of looking at it. And 43 feet, 22.75 mils. It's a little lower volume. So drop brush at 34. So, for a 43-foot pattern, they're probably going to hook a little more than, probably what you're probably used to seeing in league. Because, league, about the average house pattern that I deal with customers now is about 43 feet. So, but you'll probably see a little bit more hook with this. Load structure is pretty stacked between 10 and 16. And you got a little bit of supplementary oil from 9 to 14 on the reverse. So, I mean, I would think I haven't looked at the scores from the last squad. I've been kind of busy, doing the tech support thing and work and whatnot. But I mean, I would think with the seeing that the ratios, I think like 3.5 to 1 there at the bottom, and just kind of looking at knowing that the quality of the players that are here, I would think they would probably strike a fair amount on this. Well, I would think probably like 225, 230 would be kind of par.
You probably need a telescope to see Liz Johnson scores for the first 8 games today, if that's any indication.
Okay. Did you crack them pretty good then?
She did exceptionally well. Let's say averaging around the 250 mark going into the final game, and had a rough go at it in game 9, 163. But she finished just under 400 over for 9 games.
All right. Okay, that's a lot better than I probably would have done. So yeah, that's nice pulling, Liz. So yeah, that's wow. Yeah, she's showing why she's one of the best of all time, no doubt. So yeah, I could definitely see though where this could be someone gets lined up right, and this group of girls as a whole, they're going to probably play them a little straighter, so they'll just continue to break them down a little bit more parallel, and I can see where scores could just get even higher as they go along. Probably just get a little cliffed, wet, dry probably after a little bit, but I could see where this could be pretty high for scores or for players of this talent, no doubt.
Now, JJ, we had the opportunity to chat with a couple ball reps throughout the course of that previous block on this condition, and for Chuck Gardner, he said for a lot of players, it was they were cycling through a lot of equipment. He said, specifically referencing the lower volume of oil. Is that usually to be expected with a lower amount of volume, or is that something along with the 43 feet in length? Why do you think the players were going through so much equipment to try to keep up with the scoring pace?
Well, I think I can just base it also a little bit off of like, what we use for, a lot of the international tournaments, now like for house patterns, like the average house pattern I deal with now is like about 25 milliliters. But I mean, if you think about it though, I mean, you got 25 milliliters of oil, but 24 of them is pretty much between 10 to 10. So there's a pretty high amount of volume there where, you're looking at the sport compliant patterns here. So you're taking 22.75 mils and now you're spreading it out a little bit more evenly, a 3.5 to 1 ratio over 43 feet, as opposed to a house pattern where you're dumping it at like about a 19 to 1 ratio. All that oil is going to be concentrated in the middle. So, when you take that amount and then you spread it out, that much more wider and you blend it more that way, and then you have a little bit less volume to begin with. Yeah, I can see where, they're going to see a lot more change. Also, top of the fact that, when you're dealing with some of the best, best women bowlers in the world, they're going to be on top of each other a lot closer, just because of, they're a lot smarter on how to play lanes. So they're going to be they're going to be much more on top of each other. So, just that traffic in that smaller concentrated area is going to create a lot more change. So, yeah, I could, with Chuck saying, yeah, I could completely see that.
Matt, you look like you're ready there.
No, I'm looking at the standings and I'm thinking of what we want to know. We have the expert right with us for an indefinite amount of time here, but we also know JJ. Absolutely. Yeah, JJ also very familiar with the ITRC in general. Not only the capabilities of the facility, but the tendencies of the venue as well. And JJ, this being the ITRC Classic, we've been talking a lot about what the venue can offer to general USBC members, Team USA members, and then kind of as the players go from end to end. I mean, granted, it's only 12 lanes, but it's all 12 are going to be a little bit different. So just a lot happening there. But from your time in the facility, just tell us about the value of it, first of all, and then some of the things you've seen while competing or training at the ITRC.
Oh yeah, I mean, the ITRC is a fantastic facility. With the, the way it's set up, and you got all the great coaching tools there, and also I made good use of the gym that was just back around the corner there too. The whole time I was there for all the Team USA camps and like the Pan Am trials and some of the other competitions that we had, the intramurals and along with Team USA. So yeah, I mean, that's fantastic time at camps and learned a lot. With all the different, specto and a lot of like the camera there where it's got like the little 30-second pause and whatnot. That's always a really neat feature too. So, I mean, had some great times there, and absolutely learned a lot, during all my years at Team USA when we started coming there, especially in 2010, where, as opposed to the years past where camp was always good, in Colorado Springs, but, to be able to have all the coaching tools there, the cameras and everything there, all in one facility. Yeah, that's world-class facility, no doubt.
All right, we got the note, JJ, that we should head over to 1 and 2 because we got some strikes piling up. Valerie Bercier, a chance at 279, and Missy Parkin, a chance at 290 out of the gates right here. So I know you and Missy go way back. I'm sure you were keeping an eye on her yesterday as she made that run to the stepladder finals yesterday. But looking at this pattern, knowing her game so well, are you surprised by this type of strong start?
No, not at all. I mean, obviously with her game, she's, her A game is obviously, to keep the ball in front of her. And, if she has the ability also to be able to throw it hard and keep it in front of her and have a little bit of mistake area to the left and to the right, now it's just a matter of, just dialing in, the speed and, making sure she's got the right ball in her hand. And so, yeah, I mean, that doesn't surprise me at all that she's bowling really well on the fresh right now. And, like anything else, and just kind of like what Chuck talked about before, I think just the key more than anything is, being able to keep up with transition, and then, the moving of pairs, more than anything else, I mean, the girls will make them, change pretty quick, all being pretty concentrated in a small area down the lane. But we go way back from Team USA back in the the 07, 08 range, and we've always kept pretty close. We talk all the time and talk about bowling, and talk about Drew and DJ, and how our little boy's doing well, and how he's growing up. So we keep in touch all the time.
All right, that was I do have a quick correction on my own there. Valerie Bercier not going for 279. That's going to be Julia Bond on that pair. 226 still out there for Valerie after her strong performance yesterday at the Bowlers Journal Classic. So we'll see if she can double it up here as well.
Flat 10, ring 10 there. Just going around it a little bit more, which I think one thing I just noticed from all the times I bowled at ITRC for camp and some of our competitions is, personally, my ball didn't strike a whole lot there, but when it did, it seemed like I was going a lot straighter. That's when my ball seemed to really strike a lot there. I had a hard time going around, at least with my rev rate. I had a hard time kind of going around it to be able to actually string a lot of strikes. So, but like anything, I'm sure that the girls have to start giving it away after a little while. Once they start breaking down the fronts. So
and there's Missy collecting the second strike there. So chance of 290 here.
Yeah, nice start. I'll take that. So
So JJ, as a bowling fan, you also have some familiarity with many of these players who have been through Weber in the Kegel area. So some friendships, as we already mentioned, a couple already. But just as a bowling fan, to see bowling back in this regard and the ladies tour back in action, what are your thoughts and first impressions of just of putting all the pieces together to be able to make this happen and to be able to do this not only for the players but also for the fans out there who need some smiles and some entertainment after a challenging 2020?
Oh yeah, I definitely give huge props to USBC and ITRC for pulling this off. I know the girls that are here, they're all very, very grateful that they've got something to bowl, because I know most of them, depending on their states that they've been in, they've been shut down for a long time, and from the fan standpoint, it's great to see the best bowlers in the world out there competing, and like I said, they're in the bubble, but I know they're all glad to be there, and I know just for myself, it's great to be able to watch competitive bowling, even when I'm not doing it myself. So I'm big props to USBC for pulling this off, and like I said, definitely looking forward over the next couple days watching the competition.
As we wrap up game number one here, just taking a look at some of these scores. 289 for Missy Parkin, 215 Valerie Bercier. Julia Bond with this strike coming up gets into the 270s. 248 for Sandra Gongora, 236 for Jordan Richard, and for Ashley Galante, 244 still out there to kick off game one of qualifying, and Julia will be in the 270s. How about those strikes?
Yeah, I'm glad I'm sitting back here doing tech support. So so you're looking at some of the best in the world. Like I said, so if you give them a little bit of room and just be able to just let them repeat. These girls can definitely strike a lot once they get dialed in with the right ball, the speed, release, and everything. Yeah, they're something to watch. So
there it is, 279 for Julia.
All right,
some big numbers out of the gates here at the ITRC Classic.
Little 790 on that pair there, if I'm kind of doing the math right. So yeah, it's a good start, good trio start. Yeah. Go 1 and 2. All right. So.
All right, JJ.
I'm not sure if you, me, and Maddie Smooth would have 790 on that end pair, but maybe we ought to do that sometime next time I'm in town. Maybe I'll see if we can compete.
But who's our fourth? No way we're getting there with the three of us. Maybe if you could. Me and Aaron together could get a couple
Jason
hundred.
Milligan out of retirement. So
I think we could do that with J Mill involved. So
I think so. Yeah, I've been bowling a lot lately, so I can definitely give you a solid 210. So like I said, it'd be good. It'd be fun.
What JJ is saying is we have to learn how to make spares, Matt. Got Phil frames. That's all.
I don't know.
I actually think we got a fourth person going to raise his hand to join the squad now. So Jason Thomas from inside the ITRC.
I'll be your fourth. I think I've shot
there we
that
go.
pair one time.
And
Yeah.
then on the
No league shot, but you know.
Hey, this team we can always use the soft stroke and Jason Thomas on the team of 1 and 2. There's no doubt.
Yeah, it's just what you need, a shim wrecker.
I'll tell you what, you gotta have at least one, right?
Yeah, well, at least Matt wouldn't be affected.
yeah, here I am. I'm back to being the fat guy again, though.
Yeah, so I no real update here. You guys are nailing it. But so before the block started, I just got this delivered by Tennille Milligan, and this isn't going to be a joke.
I can't see it here, so
Yeah, it's
One second here, JJ. Well,
okay. So that it's just a card. It said Jason on it, and then I'll read it. It says, "Jason, there is absolutely no way that I can put into words how thankful for everything I am. Thank you for absolutely everything you have and are doing for women's bowling." Unsigned. Nobody signed it. No, I know I've been doing like all these jokes, but somebody gave me a card just thanking me, didn't even sign it, and I just thought it'd be cool to bring it up. That's the kind of stuff you see out here on tour.
very cool.
And I do keep all my thank you cards. They're in my office upstairs, which one day I'll get to go back to after I get out of this bubble. But
I was going to say you're limited to how many people who could have actually given that, so that you can start counting down from there. So that's really good.
But they all have the same handwriting, so that's the problem. You know how women always have such good, nice printing.
Yeah.
But
you'd be able to see mine really easily. You get an idea very, very easily. Yeah.
Yeah, you can't leave a nastygram with your handwriting, right? But no, I thought you guys would find that pretty cool.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. You do a great job, brother. So
you too. Thank you, sir. We'll see you guys in a minute. I'll look for some real news for you.
All right, JT. We'll talk to you soon.
Cool.
All right.
Thomas in the house. Like it.
That's right. We're doing big things here, JJ. And as we wrap up game number 1 here, for our folks watching Facebook on the PWBA and Sport Bowling USBC channels, we're going to be saying goodbye to you, but please head over to bowltv.com. Just create a free login. You can watch the rest of qualifying, see who makes match play here at the ITRC Classic. Double J, are you going to stick around a little longer, or you got
Sure.
All right. So, folks, there you have it. Head over to bowltv.com if you're not there already. Hall of Famer John Janowitz is going to be joining us for a little bit more. Matt Cannizzaro is too. I'm Aaron Smith. We'll be back for game 2 in just a moment here. So, folks, once again, enjoy the ITRC Classic. And remember, on Bowl TV, bowling lives here. We'll see you soon, folks. All right, everybody, welcome back. Game 2 of 9 here. A squad qualifying for the PWBA ITRC Classic from the International Training and Research Center in Arlington, Texas. My name's Aaron Smith, sitting alongside two legends of the game, Matt Cannizzaro and USBC Hall of Famer John Janowitz. We just showed the oil pattern on bulltv.com. If you folks wanted to take a look at the 43-foot condition, Double J gave us a rundown of some of the ways to kind of look at that and essentially figure out where we should expect to see a few of these athletes compete at. JJ, we talked about it a little bit this week through the promo ad that there's essentially you're giving out the secrets on how to read a lane graph, how to decipher that oil pattern when you just see it on paper. Without giving away everything, what for the folks at home who may be bowling their first sport tournament, what are the top one or two things to take away from looking at a graph?
To me, the distance is still, number one. That's usually going to give you an idea of kind of about where you need, the ball near the end of the oil pattern. I'll kind of look at but really when it comes to the pattern though, the one thing I still look at more than anything is the actual lane surface and how old it is. Because, that tells me the most. But when you're actually looking at the pattern though, like I said, I look at the pattern volume and then I'll kind of combine it with the lane surface. Because sometimes the two kind of go hand in hand. Like when you're dealing with a much older lane surface, like a 30-year-old synthetic or whatnot, in order to get the lanes to hold up, you're going to need to use more volume. So sometimes if you see a higher volume pattern, we'll say like something maybe in the 30 mil range. Well, if it's on a 30-year-old synthetic, well, probably it's not going to play that tight. So, like I said, I look at the surface a lot, but when it comes to the actual pattern, I'd say the distance. I'd look at the total pattern volume. And then I'll try to look at the shape more than anything else, the load structure. How many boards that those loads are crossing going forward and in the reverse, and also kind of what zone is it? Is more of the shape between 5 and 8? Is it, like in this particular pattern, is a lot of it more between like 10 and 16? And then that'll kind of give you the idea of kind of, the difference from side to side standpoint, the differences between the wet and the dry. And then when you try to put all those two together and, looking at the lane surface and kind of draw a little starting point in your mind and, you kind of just take it from there.
Excellent stuff, and some great notes for our competitors here on Bull TV as well. Going to take something home with them beyond just getting to watch the top female athletes on the PWBA Tour. I get to learn a little bit with JJ as well. Here on lanes 1 and 2, we saw a bunch of high scores. We'll see if it continues. Sydney Brummett off to a strong start with 3 consecutive strikes. She's joined by PWBA Tour rookie and past player of the year, Abby Ragsdale from St. Francis, Illinois, and 4-time champion Rocio Restrepo. She's up on lane 1, far left of your screen. Over on lanes 3 and 4, we have Carrie Smith, our runner-up from the Bowlers Journal Classic, Danielle McCune, who was the top seed last evening in the stepladder finals, and another rookie on tour this year, represented Vanderbilt collegiately and Russia on the lanes internationally, Maria Bolanova.
Got a good group here. A couple of these girls, I've never seen Abby bowl. At least I don't recall ever seeing her bowl. So yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to seeing her. And Danielle. I watched her a little bit over the qualifying the last couple of days. She's throwing it really good. So definitely expect more good stuff from Danielle, no doubt.
Yeah, for Abby, she was very excited about the tour in 2020. Unfortunately, obviously, with the cancellation, had to put off those opportunities. But she's had success here at the ITRC as well. She did make a TV show at Junior Gold back in 2018. Bowled a very good match, and unfortunately, and we saw it last night in the step ladder finals, not once but twice, caught a bad break, needing a double in the 10th, got the first one, and then stuffed an 8-pin to finish third place in the U20 girls division back in 2018. But some familiarity with with the center in that aspect, but a fantastic collegiate career for her. Was Rookie of the Year a couple years ago, Player of the Year her junior year, and finished up with another first-team All-American nod in her senior year in 2020.
Very nice.
So plenty of talent, and we're pretty excited about the rookie class this year. We actually talked to Caitlin Johnson at the end of B Squad qualifying for a quick minute. Obviously, she's someone you've gotten to see quite a bit over the years, being at Weber International. Talk about a little bit about Caitlin's game and just how she's progressed as a player, because she was already talented, extremely talented by the time she got to Weber. And with all the technology, information, great coaches there, I'm sure you saw her blossom as a player even more.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, she already had, very good framework, to be a very good player when she got there. And she just continued to get better and better. And, some of the great coaches there at the training center, have really helped her out a lot, got a lot smarter with equipment and, increased some of her versatility as well too. So, I mean, it was really cool to see her develop in the last 4 years, as a player. And, definitely looking forward to her, doing well on the tour. And I mean, and she had some good finishes too. I think she finished like 12th in the U.S. Open, I think like 2 years ago. So I mean, hold really, really well. So I mean, it's already seeing some of the some of that stuff come to fruition. Some of the knowledge and that she's been able to take from going to Weber and learning from some of the world class coaches that we have here.
So, Aaron, just listening to all the stories and all the people we know and we've been talking to all week long, how are we not better at bowling like some of these players? I mean, all the resources that we have, we work in that building, we know the ball reps, we have the lane guy on text message. Like, how are we not any better at this?
It sounds like we haven't used our resources as well as we could have, Matt. That's what that sounds like.
You guys are, putting in like 2 or 3 hours a day or, or no, I mean, 30 minutes, maybe, in the gym in the back at least, right? No.
I mean, if you count the time we talk about bowling, then we're putting in tons of it. But maybe that's the secret. Maybe you have to actually go out and do it, and then that's how you get better at it.
I will say, though, that, watching the best players in the world, though, there's a lot that can be said about that. And frankly, I mean, like just from myself standpoint, I mean, I really felt like I really got a lot better, the time when we were taking care of lanes on the PBA tour back from like the 97 to 2003 range. And, just being able to watch, some of the best in the world at their craft and, seeing how they play lanes. And that was really a lot of, at least what I feel made me a lot better was, being able to see, you see the pattern. Obviously you're right there, so the lane surface, and then you start seeing how they attack lanes, and then also you see guys that aren't attacking them the right way at all, and you kind of start putting 2 and 2 together of, oh, okay, that's why they're seeing that load structure in the pattern, or oh yeah, because the surface is older. Okay, yeah, that's why they're not playing there, or and then you start getting into the topography part, and then you see, oh yeah, by knowing the shape of the lane surface, yeah, now I understand why this group is playing in this part of the lane and not over here. So there's a lot to be, there's a lot you can definitely take, you can definitely take into your own game just by watching, great bowlers bowl and just see how they adjust and how they attack, and some of their out of the box thinking, that they have sometimes of, different ways to get from point A to point B. It's still very fascinating. That's why even myself, I'm a big fan of watching bowling now. Watching the ladies right now, just because like sometimes you're going to see things that they'll do certain things that are like, wow, I didn't think about attacking it that way, but she got an 8-bagger. I can't really argue about it. So I mean, it's always a constant learning process, and I'm still fascinated by it to this day.
So Aaron, I wish JJ would have given me that speech 17 years ago when I told him I was leaving Florida for USBC, because these last 2 decades could have been way, way different.
Hey, there's still time, man.
All about timing.
You're still young.
Senior tour coming up, 8 years.
We're going to get this trios team together, and we're going to start learning. So
we got to start the trios game on 1 and 2 though first. So like I said, when we get to 790, then we know that you're ready to go, Matt.
Hey, I had 2 good games at the ITRC. One of them was on 1 and 2, so we're already in good shape.
Perfect. We got going here now. A 4-bagger there on 1 and 2. Can't see the screens too well there. Don't see too many strikes on 3 and 4. Looks like they might have sucked them all out from game 1, I guess.
Well,
So,
Aaron is very focused right now. He's looking at some numbers. I think he's getting ready to formulate a move here to a different pair. If we have a string of strikes developing somewhere else in the venue, looks
Okay.
like Dasha has the front 6 over on 11 and 12. So all the strikes move pairs this game as well.
okay.
That does appear so. Jillian Martin striking quite a bit as well, and Aaron McCarthy on that pair. So pretty good start for all of them. So let's head over to 11 and 12 and see what's going on.
Yeah.
So give us a quick second here.
Okay.
We get a close up of the JJ workspace man cave.
Yeah. This is the office. So got the old the schematics of the different lane machines, because goodness knows I can't remember where all the relays are on all our different model machines at most times. And then got my alter ego, Mike Myers, there behind me. So that's we're pretty much all ready to go. We got all the things here to make us tick.
All right, now we're on 11 and 12, and throughout the course of the day, or days, I should say now, we've had folks say this pair's been a little bit tricky, but right now we're seeing some strikes. Jillian Martin actually rolled 299 on this pair yesterday in match play, so we'll follow along. As Matt mentioned, Dasha off to a strong start as well.
Oh, she throws the ball good, doesn't she? Oh my gosh.
We'll take a closer look at Dasha here. We'll slide off the screen for a second, but we'll still be here chatting.
Okay.
And having a good time. Dasha Kovalova going for 7 in a row.
Let's see where she's playing. Guessing probably a little closer toward probably about 15. Yeah, that's probably about right.
There you go, girl.
The times I've watched Dasha, that's definitely kind of the zone of the lane that's definitely in her wheelhouse. Close to that kind of 15 to 20 range, just kind of fading it around the 3-pin a little bit. And she's pretty tough when she can do that.
We really saw that all come to fruition during the 2019 season as we get a video close-up here of someone's cell phone.
It's a dual camera view here. I like this. Yeah.
That's right. I'm going to guess that might have been Jillian's father, John, who's been taking in the action, but a great shot from her as well. But yeah, Dasha had a breakout season in 2019, first winning the Queens, and then just the unbelievable 300 game at the PWBA Louisville Open to win her second title. Just a player who's continually gotten better, and no reason to think that's going to slow down anytime soon.
Oh no. I mean, victories like that, and majors, and 300 on TV. I mean, that's only just going to continue to fuel the confidence. And absolutely, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing her compete a little bit more too, and see how she does in 2021. Definitely continue to get better and better after she's gotten out of college. She was pretty good when she got out of college too. So. Yeah, that's all right.
Another great shot at JJ.
Fair ball required there. So
there's been some chatter this week just about the hard work Josh has put in the offseason, moving to Michigan, getting access to the training and facilities there, of course, at Brunswick, and taking a big interest in the fitness and nutrition part of things, working alongside Valerie Versier, traveling together. So she has returned, if she wasn't good enough already, returned in 2021, even stronger in many regards too.
Yep. Yeah, you can definitely tell her game. She's pretty sharp. Getting out of it really nice. Real clean at the bottom.
definitely a lot of comments this week about how tough it is to carry at this facility, as you mentioned. Depending on the angles, a little challenging to spike quite a bit. You can get to the pocket, but just getting those corners out and that really being a difference maker.
Yeah, like I said, that was just the one thing I've just noticed in that building, just from all the camps and whatnot, that it just seemed like, the more boards I crossed, it was harder to string strikes. I mean, you still hit the pocket all right, but maybe it was my rev rate, just not being the highest, but it just seemed like it was just, the more you could keep it in front of you, it just seemed like it was a lot easier to string them more than anything. So kind of interesting to see as as the block goes along, as the girls start to move in a little bit, the ones that actually start going around it a little bit more. I'm kind of curious to see, which ones are actually near the top as opposed to, the ones that, can just find a way to just continue to manipulate and just shove it up the lane.
Well, we did see some strikes being strung in game number 1. Again, Missy Parkin had 289 to start. Julia Bond, 279. Carrie Smith, 249. Sandra Gongora, 248. Ashley Galante back on it, 244. Ashley led the first day of qualifying here this week.
She was great. Yeah, she was great a couple days ago.
Had some troubles in match play yesterday, but all learning curve for her. And now let's see what Dasha's got for us here as she tries to keep her string alive on 11 and 12. She had 198 in the opener, so she can join the Century Club here in game number 2. And as we said, the 10, stubborn.
All right. It's okay.
Hey, 279, it's a good score. 3 or 4 of those in a block, and you're in pretty good shape.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. So. And not many bad things happen when you have 239 in the 8th. There's no doubt. So.
Say it isn't so. 8-pin for Jillian.
Yeah.
Just mean to kick off the 10th. Still can get to 211. We do have some scores updated after game number 1. As Matt mentioned, Missy Parkin 289, Julia Bond 279, Carrie Smith 249, Sandra Gongora 248, Ashley Galante 244. We actually got to see most of those players on the low end of the house there. Jordan Richard 236, Jacqueline Evans 235, Rocio Restrepo 232, Brianna Cote 227, Sydney Brummett 225, Maria Belanova 224, Valerie Bercier 215, and Erin McCarthy 202. Jillian Martin and Dasha Kovalova on our feature pair at the moment, 199 and 198. So surprisingly enough, the low score from A Squad in game 1 belonged to Danielle McEwen with 183, but we know how talented Danielle is, and certainly will not be surprised to see her make a run.
Oh yeah, she'll figure it out.
And next few games go.
It's not hard to do. I mean, even when the lanes are a little bit on the softer side. I mean, if you get the angles wrong and you make a bad ball choice, and all of a sudden you don't strike, and then all of a sudden you start seeing the 4 and the 8 baggers everywhere around you, and now you start pressing a little bit, and then you pinch one off a little bit, and then of course at big 4s, and they can shoot 180 pretty easily. Actually, sometimes even on some of the softest conditions. It's not hard to do. So she'll figure it out though. I have no doubt. I mean, obviously based on the last 2 days, she's seen the picture pretty clear. So.
You're kind of looking around the house here throughout the course of live scoring, and it seems like the players who found some success in game 1, at least from 1 through 4, are kind of continuing it once again. Julia Bond, after a miscue in the first frame with a missed single pin, spare, and then ran off 5 in a row, it looks like, so she can max out at 248. Missy, 247 max score with the 9th and 10th to go. Let's see, we have Sandra Gongora, 247. So 248, 247 for her out of the gates. Jordan Richard, 248. And Ashley Galante, a chance to shoot another 244. So all that action taking place on lanes 5 through 8. So we see Dasha get the first one in the 10th, a chance to shoot 279 and waving. Hi, Dasha. I don't know if she really knew we were there or not, but that was fantastic.
She's so funny. So how's the food in the bubble?
That's a good question. Jason Thomas would be the one to answer that because he's actually the only one of us who's in it at the moment.
Okay.
So JT is ready though.
Yeah, it's
JT.
It's quite good. I highly suggest it if you have a chance. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So you should volunteer for the next bubble.
Okay. All right. I might have to do that then. If you say it's good, then count me in, man.
It's great.
Do you have dessert? I like dessert.
It's actually no. The answer is no. I know you're a big dessert guy, but you could bring your own desserts and then just have the food, right? Like I brought my own. I have a cappuccino machine at home, so I brought that. That's my little splurge. Of course, my wife doesn't have the cappuccino machine while I'm gone. She's mad at me. But yeah, you could bring desserts, right, in a suitcase, and then just have that with. Or you could do DoorDash. There's a bunch of good sweets I'm sure you know more than I do, because you take all those places out.
In Dallas, where I can get some cupcakes and whatnot. So I'm covered there.
Yeah. Okay. But the food has been excellent, and the players have raved about it. Okay. And Tennille, Tennille's she knows where it's at when it comes to picking good food. Her and Rob Gottschall worked on finding a catering company that had a very diverse menu but healthy, and the food has been very tasty. Usually, by the time I get to eat it, it's ice cold. But we've got some microwaves over at the hotel. And
minor details, right? Okay. What'd you have for lunch?
So I had chicken Alfredo pasta with some zucchini and squash.
Okay.
And then I just throw out the bread every day. Basically, because I'm on the salary plan.
The Alfredo, and then you got the squash and the vegetables.
Yeah. But I was pretty hungry this lunch. I got up really early this morning, and so I ate. I don't like to eat protein bars all day, right? So I had my normal breakfast, which was a nut bar with some dark chocolate, my cappuccino, of course, and then about 2 hours later, I had a banana, and then 2 hours after that, I had a cookie dough protein bar that Tennille picked up for everybody to eat at Costco. Okay. And then I went a little too long before lunch because the block went a little longer today. So I did the Alfredo chicken, and then I got another half hour before I need food again. But the food's been excellent. Yeah.
Okay, good. Well, like I said, you got a good balance there between the Alfredo and then the vegetables. That's good because you got to have balance in your life.
Correct. I'm not sure what's on sure what's on the menu for tonight, but last night we had like a beef tenderloin, which I ate cold after the stepladder finals ended, and before I did all the other work I have to do to get ready for today. But that was really good. Then yesterday was like a beef quesadilla. So there's different ethnicities of food. We've had Chinese food. We've had Indian food one day. It was a curry with chicken, and it was. I mean, it's been really good.
Good. Yeah. Good to have a little variety. Like I said, I try to keep that balance myself too.
Yes, you are very fit.
Throw a bag of peanut M&Ms in there. I'll tell you what, that's not really nice.
Just to spice things up a little bit. JT, if you're wondering what life is like outside of the procedures and protocols there, I had a lunch roll, ham and cheddar with a bag of Cool Ranch Doritos and a Mountain Dew. So that's how I'm living right now.
I hear there's like all these weird things happening outside the bubble. Like there's like a new president now. It's like the world is completely changed.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm going to come out and like people are going to have flying cars.
It's finally happening.
Yeah,
But
you
yeah,
didn't,
food-
you didn't
food's
see
great.
the news release. They're actually going to just keep the PWBA Tour season going. All 20 events will happen consecutively as long as you're already in there.
Yeah, and we can't leave. Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, I'm gonna go call my wife and tell her she'll be filing divorce papers later.
Yeah. Okay. You're gonna have a cappuccino on her right now, right? Okay. Good.
Yeah. I'm gonna take the cappuccino machine in that deal.
You're
You
saving
can
a
have the
ton on
kids.
groceries.
I'll have the cappuccino machine.
All right, JT. We'll let you get back to it. Have a fun phone call.
All right. Yeah. Thank you. Wish me luck.
Some good stuff there, as always, with Jason Thomas.
Oh yeah. Good peeps right there.
Had Missy finish up with 227, and Julia up on lane 5 can still get to 236 after that 279, and there is the first one in the 10th.
Yeah. 5:10 for 2 is never a bad thing. So.
Yep, she's going to be right around there. Missy going to be at 116 over after 2, so a big number to run down, though, courtesy of the Hall of Famer Liz Johnson.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot. I didn't see the. I actually didn't see it. I was actually working when that was all going on. But I mean, like, did you see where like she was playing near the end of the block, or?
It seemed like we caught her a couple games. Matt kind of alluded to it. Her first 8 games were out of this world. Well, for normal people, for Liz Johnson, that's kind of a day at the office. But 268, 257, 246, 268, 232, 280, 221, 259, and then 163, the final game. 11 and 12 ended up giving her some troubles at the end there. But it seemed like she had tried to keep everything, especially at the beginning, was similar to kind of what we saw Missy doing. Taking advantage of the ball speed and kind of keeping everything in front of her. She actually ran into a little bit of trouble. I want to say game 4 or 5. We were watching her on the live stream. And let's see, that was game 5, the 232. And that was the first time she was on 1 and 2 and had back-to-back 4, 6, 7s on the left lane. And it was one of those things where all of a sudden that was the time for her to make the adjustment. And then, with 2 opens still getting to 232.
Yeah,
that means you figured it out.
Nice recovery. Yeah, all right. Mm-hmm.
But for her, she said, we talked about how Chuck had mentioned that some of his players had gone through quite a few bowling balls throughout the course of the block. Liz said she just used 2 or switched down to 2. And they all always trust the spare ball as well. But so different ways to do it. But Liz using the tricks that she has accumulated over the years on the way to 24 titles and permanent status in the Hall of Fame to navigate this pattern.
Yep. I mean, her touch is so good, I mean, with speed and, what she can do with the hand and everything. So, I mean, and frankly, too, I mean, when you know that, when you can go and throw 2 balls in the course of a block and average almost 250, I mean, it's also when you know that, your your rev rate, your ball speed, and your ball roll combination is also pretty good as well, too. It's always kind of the thing that I always kind of just noticed, too, is like, if you're having to switch balls way too many times, I don't know, maybe there might be something in that mix there of the rev rate, speed, and angle combination, whatnot. Probably might not be quite right. So, but Liz has got really, really good touch. There's no doubt about that, what she can do to a ball.
All right, we'll be kicking off game 3 here momentarily across the house at the ITRC Classic. Double J, are you still good? Or if you have to head out, please let us know. But we'll have you as long as you like.
Yeah, I'm just gonna practice on the lanes behind me here when I'm done with you guys. But that's really about it. So I'm gonna bowl a couple at least one tournament this weekend. So I just need to make sure that the game's still sharp, so I can at least shoot 160. So.
Do you have your shirt in mind for the week already, or for the tournament?
No, not yet. Actually, no. That'll probably be a Saturday morning decision. Actually, I'm definitely going to bowl tomorrow morning and then probably Sunday too. But no, I haven't actually given it any thought yet. I still got to actually do laundry first. So I got a lot of jeans and shirts sitting in the queue right now. So I got to address that when I get back home. Been putting that off for way too long.
It's 2021. We figured, like the flying cars, we'd be able just to have that done automatically by now. Just boom, clean.
Yeah.
They have a new lane machine coming out that does that for you.
Yeah. That's what we're hoping for. The new lane machine will do that too. It'll do my laundry as well as put out a nice 5-to-1 pattern if needed.
So, Aaron, one of my favorite JJ stories of recent years was during the World Cup situation. It's kind of twofold now. First, he was in Asia already, and then came home to grab different clothes and suitcases and things and bags to go back to Asia for the World Cup. And then as soon as we were done, flew home. It was about a 40-hour trip for us. But he had his suitcase, his work suitcase, waiting by the door, already packed up, all his lane maintenance gear, ready to go. Swapped out again the bowling suitcase with his Team USA jerseys for the work suitcase. They didn't even have to unpack or do anything. Left it, swapped it out. But unfortunately, after that trip, I think none of his clothes fit because he was so focused on the bowling. He was doing the fitness routine as well. I saw him in the gym a couple times. He was eating the feelings in the bars. And at one point, he had to borrow Kelly's belt because his pants fell down in the bowling center. So just real good stuff. JJ, I can see at his house, in his condo, all the suitcases lined up, ready to go, just color-coded, something marked up. So laundry might have to happen like quarterly. It's the quarterly laundry session, just because the variety and already organized, packed, ready to go.
Yeah, that it was funny too because like when we left for the World Cup, I was already packed for the World Cup in toward the middle of October. Because I was left for 2 weeks for Kuwait to work the Asian Championships and there's the World Bowling Tour event there, and I think I was home half a day or something like that, and then World Cup, and then 40 hours back home. I was home 8 hours, and then I went to the Philippines to work the SEA Games for 2 weeks. So it was kind of a long stretch. But I was already packed in October for the World Cup trip, so it worked out pretty good. It's also good that I got a lot of clothes laying around too, so that also helped. That kind of minimized the laundry.
Well, and JJ only weighs 93 pounds, so the clothes aren't that big, and the suitcase isn't that big either. So it all gets done very quickly.
Oh, you're killing me, Smalls. But I have lost a little bit of weight though recently, so that's a good thing. So trying to trim down. Got, like I said, balance. Got to offset the some of the bad habits of eating too many white sugar infused desserts and whatnot.
Yeah, JJ had 2 desserts one of those nights, and he got back up over 100. Yeah, I wish I had the metabolism of either one of you guys.
I did get pretty thin in Indonesia though for the World Cup. Was working out quite a bit at the gym, and didn't eat. Was watching what I ate pretty well, so that was actually I was pretty thin at that stage. So then when I went to the Philippines, I kind of ruined myself there. So I just like I said, balance in life. So.
Well, now you're a movie star, right? You got the documentary series coming out in February, and you got to be on camera all the time. So you got to be at your best and ready. And for that, how long is that going to last? How many installments or episodes can we expect? Is it one per lane pattern, and it's an endless supply of JJ?
I don't know if the world wants that, but there actually will be 5 installments, and we're going to cover a couple different topics. And it's just kind of be more like a mini series more than anything else. And they're not going to be too long. Like I said, I'm going to be discussing some of the things that I look for in reading patterns also, and talking a little bit about ball motion. We'll be watching some balls go down the lane and just some things that I look for in general ball motion. So like I said, it's just kind of like little bits in pieces here and there between 5 different videos. I mean, we're not going to completely teach people how to bowl, and I'm definitely not. You can't expect to do that in 5 small mini clips and whatnot. But like anything, you just kind of throw some nuggets out there, and if like with all videos and educational series and books and whatnot, if you can just get one thing out of that, or if anything, it sparks an idea that, kind of thinks to yourself, oh, wow. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let me try that or whatnot. Then, it's going to benefit, it'll benefit anybody watching if you can just get one good idea out of it, or, like I said, one thing out of it that'll help your game.
But if it's guaranteed to work, Aaron, I'll give it a shot. I'll watch the video and I'll go to the regional. I'll do whatever I need to do. If we're guaranteed to make it to day 2 and get that extended play, I'm all about it. I will watch it. I will study it, and then I'll put it to work.
Yeah, like I said, I'll be giving away all my secrets, all 5 of them. So like I said, that's why it's only a mini. That's why it's a mini series. So, but like I said, we'll see. Hopefully you guys will like it. Should be fun. I had fun I've had fun making them. So
excellent stuff, and we'll take a little closer look at lane play here. We'll slide off the screen once again as we take a look game 3 at lanes 5 through 8. We're going to be joined this time by Jillian Martin, Dasha Kovalova, and Aaron McCarthy on 5 and 6, and Abby Ragsdale, Rocio Restrepo, and Sydney Brummett on 7 and 8. So a few players we've seen earlier in the day, once again finding their way to us. Dasha, the big game in game number 2, getting into the 270s. Although she started off this game with a split. Spare in the second, looking to get things going here in frame number 3, and not going to lean on the 10. All right, Double J, we are going to bring in a special guest momentarily to join us once again. Jason Thomas is not going to be the individual this time, but he got someone to talk to, which is just equally as nice. So we're going to bring in Matt McNeil along with John Janowitz. So Mr. McNeil, Double J, I know you guys know each other.
Oh, yeah, my good friend, Double J.
What's happening there?
What's up, JJ? How are you, my friend?
All right, man. Okay, just hanging out after work, man. Just talking with the guys here in the bubble, man. So good, man. So
Yeah, for everybody at home that doesn't know, JJ basically lives at Kegel. So he has a cot, a hot plate, a mini fridge.
Yeah.
If you ever need to know where JJ is, he's either at Kegel or eating some really nice dessert or shopping for very expensive designer clothing. One of those 3. Just saying.
Yeah, I mean, that usually is the menu for the most part, even though I've been kind of cutting back on the clothes lately. So, that also between COVID and everything being shut down, there's been a lot of opportunities to shop there. So, but after a while, you can only have so many black T-shirts. So, you just got to say, hey, I think you just need to stop.
Well, especially when those black T-shirts are about $300 a piece, pal. You got to take it easy on those.
Yeah, I mean, you do got to put food on the table still, too. So priorities. You have to kind of balance yourself out.
Yep.
Now, Matt, Danielle McCune, after her runner-up at the Bowlers Journal Classic, some struggles out of the gate here. What has she been seeing out there, and how is she going to get that corrected?
Well, I think there's a couple things at play. The big thing physically is we've been working so hard with her to be able to shape the lane more, and that was what allowed her to be really good yesterday. We've been working on her rotation and getting around it and shaping the ball more, and that wasn't something that she was very extraordinarily good at in the past. Well, she did it so well for the last 2 days that here we need her to shut her angles down, throw it harder, and be more up the back of the ball, kind of like what she used to do very, very well. So it just – the wires just didn't cross right away. So we got her in the right part of the lane. She's got a double work in here. We got the right ball in her hands, and we just got to make sure she gets through the shot, throws it hard, stays underneath the ball, and not trying to come around it, not trying to make it shape down lane, just kind of more playing that stop, drop, and roll shot.
And on the other side, Julia Bond, a fantastic start to this block, 279 in the opener, plus 115 after 2. Just tell us a little bit about the game plan for her coming into today.
Yeah, it's kind of the same thing. It's like what Missy's doing, what Dasha's doing. It's, you know, the people that are going up the lane and keeping it in front of them, throwing it a little harder are doing pretty well. Jordan Richards doing real well right now too. So that's kind of the whole key to what we're trying to get our players to do is stay within their comfort zones and then play the lanes accordingly. Give the lanes what they want, because I always say there's two schools of thought. You can fight the lanes or you can give them what they want. And usually if you want some score, you got to give them what they want.
Excellent.
Totally agree.
All right, Mr. McNeil, we'll let you get back to it. Thanks again for joining us.
All right, thanks, guys. JJ, good to see you, my friend. Take care.
Likewise, brother. Talk to you soon, man.
All right, folks, there we go. Sideline reports been a big part of the Bowl TV package here throughout the course of the week. Double J, it's so awesome to be able to get to tap into the great folks who handle the ball rep positions on the PWBA tour. We're talking to Chuck Gardner, Eric Krause, Nathan Bohr, Matt McNeil, Jim Callahan's there as well. It's just such valuable information to kind of understand. You know, we can watch and we can think we know what's going on, but you know, getting that insight, getting that understanding that those but those small changes those players are making, tough to see sometimes from the camera, but it's great to get that insight to kind of get a deeper dive into everything going on.
Yep. It's always good to I always love listening and talking to those guys, because it's always good to be able to see, when you're back, on the concourse, the picture is a whole lot clearer. I know as a bowler, the picture's a whole lot clearer on the concourse than it is standing there at the foul line watching your ball go down the lane. So, to be able to, to tap into those guys and their knowledge and whatnot and what they're seeing, to kind of get that second pair of eyes too, to either reconfirm or, or to let you know, hey, I'm not really doing the right, I'm not really doing the right thing here. You need to do this, because like I said, I know as a bowler myself, sometimes, when you're standing there at the foul line, sometimes you don't always see the picture quite right. And, like I said, sometimes you just have to step back and, having a second set of eyes, that's always a good help. And, then also just being observant of, who's bowling well. So
I think another key component of that job week in and week out is kind of understanding A, the temperament of the player, and B, kind of being able to discuss things in the way that they see it as well. I know I've had talks with folks, and the way I do one thing, they see it a different way, but they have to find a way to relay that information to me so I can process it my own way, and that's got to be a fun thing to juggle as well, especially working with multiple players across the board.
Yeah, there's no doubt you definitely have to be partially you have to be a psychologist too as well, to do that job, not just being an X's and O's guy for strategy and understanding equipment. You definitely have to know how to talk to the player and and relate what you're seeing, so that way the player can see the picture properly. And like I said, and you might have to relay that in different ways to different people. So and also you have to adjust that to that player's skill set too, because not all players are going to be as good at throwing it hard or looping the lane or using loft or whatnot. So you have to take all that into consideration when you're dealing with players and you're talking with strategies and laying out balls and lane play.
Excellent stuff there, JJ. As always, we're getting a note from JT that Missy, front seven. So she's going to have an opportunity. She was at plus 116. She could keep it going. We haven't seen a plus 200 effort for the first three games yet. We'll call it that instead of the usual name we use. But let's head over to 11 and 12. Take a peek at what Missy is doing here. So we're going to pop back up here for a second. There we are, folks. We'll throw Matt Cannizzaro in there as well because we missed him.
Missy's not going to let you leave the booth, JJ. You're going to be here the rest of the week.
I'll be here for the end of the block. But then again, I don't know. I think I might kill your ratings, though, the longer I stay here. So, I say too much of it, too much of me. I'm not really sure is a good thing. So, small doses, I think, is probably about the best way to handle me. So.
All right, joining Missy once again, Valerie Bercier and Julia Bond. We talked to Matt McNeil there for just a second, and Julia putting together another nice game. Valerie started with the front five before a couple of spares and a split in the seventh. But Missy getting ready to step up on lane 11. A phenomenal run throughout the course of the Bowlers Journal Classic to continue to put herself in position to make the step ladder finals. See if she can keep it going. Here
I know she's been throwing it. She's been throwing it really, really good too. I actually went out to a tournament, old mixed doubles tournament with her a few months back in California, and I could see even then. She was pretty sharp. She was pretty sharp. So yeah, it's not surprising me. She's bowling pretty good right now.
And there we go, 8 in a row.
Yep.
So the good news is that JT didn't jinx it by letting us know that it was over there. So now it's up to Matt or myself.
All right. So.
Wait, our batting percentage isn't good this year, Double J. So we got to work on it. Missy has to help us out here with a couple more strikes.
You get the you can kind of like being like me, have the old lane man black cloud, standing behind players and going to those screens, right?
That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, I've been really good at that over the years. I can tell you that. I can't tell you how many times I've stood behind a bowler, had the front seven, and next thing I know, all of a sudden 2-8. Yeah, it's amazing. So I don't know what it is. It just comes with the profession.
I have to admit, though, it's always fun to bring new guys into the mix for those situations and letting them know what it's going to be like moving forward for the rest of eternity.
Oh, yeah. Ugh. Light 710, good shot.
I'm sure for Valerie, that's bringing back some memories potentially from yesterday. She caught one of those in the final game. That ultimately helped allow Missy to make her way into that fourth spot for the stepladder finals. Can she make a 9?
Ooh. All right. Good run.
Matt, we strike again. Lane 12 struck again there. That's a tough pair to conquer. As we've heard and as we've seen, we were watching earlier, Aaron, when you had stepped away, and both times it was a weak 10 on lane 12 that ended the strings we were watching.
That pair seemed like it's a little tighter, than a couple of the other ones, it seems. And not really tighter in the right spots either.
And the Kegel ice oil, right? That helps the cause a little bit.
Little extra slickness. Yep.
So now, JJ, we did have some good questions about the combination of the fire and the ice, and really how that changes the dynamics of the pattern. And if you look at it, and maybe not even realizing that, but how different would it be with just one or the other? Kegel obviously has been on the cutting edge for a long time, doing cool things like that, being able to mix two different things in one machine. But how different does that really make it in this case? How would this be different with just one or the other?
On certain lane surfaces, actually, it can make a fair amount of difference, actually. And that's was kind of part of the reason why we came out with, the flex with the ability to run two different oils, because, there were a lot of centers that, where you throw it outside of 8 and you don't have much oil out there anyway, and the ball wants to hang, when you're running one oil. But if you're running, say a little bit, a lane oil that has a little bit higher friction, so to speak, that kind of slows the ball down a little bit more. Well, now you can get a little bit more hook on the outside, but now you kind of lose your hold. Well, that's kind of the idea behind with the flex machine and be able to run two different conditioners is, like sometimes you can run, a little bit, a conditioner that actually slows the ball down a little bit more toward the outside of the lane. And then when you get toward the middle of the lane, you can run a little bit slicker conditioner, like for your house patterns, to try to help get the ball through the front of the lane a little bit easier in the middle, but still have a little bit more recovery on the outside. And like same thing too, we get, centers, where they have trouble, where the back ends are just kind of tight. And, in cases like that, we might run a conditioner like fire or terrain going forward, get the conditioner that actually slows the ball down a little bit more down the lane where it needs to slow down, where they're not getting the help from the lane surface, and then run a conditioner like ice that's a little bit slicker, and then get that over the top of it and more in the front part of the lane. So now your front to back ball motion is much better than you would have normally gotten if you were just using one conditioner. So a lot of it's subtle, subtle changes and whatnot. But at this level, when you got players of this talent, getting the right combination or whatnot can definitely make especially when it comes to carry, can definitely easily make 5 to 10 pins a game difference.
Do a lot of the venues that you work with, do they stock more than one kind of oil, or do you talk to them, in the setup process when they get their machines and patterns and make the recommendations on what would work best in that facility and just kind of stick to one?
Yeah, I always try to get as much information about the surface as possible, about how old it is. Because, in general, when you're dealing with older surfaces, a lot of the wear is pretty much mostly in the ball track on the right side, and it's in the front panel. So the older it is, you're going to need to get more oil in the front part of the lane to make it a little bit easier to get it through the front. So, in cases like that, if they have, like one of our flex machines where you have the ability to run two different conditioners, then, I would probably, a place like that, I would definitely recommend, perhaps running, a conditioner like fire or terrain going forward, and then having, ice or current, a little slicker conditioner in the front part of the lane to make it a little bit easier. And also I'd structure their pattern in a way also where you didn't have quite as much volume going forward. So that way it's a little bit lighter down the lane, and then try to concentrate more of that oil on the reverse pass to try to get more in the front part of the lane. So that way you get better ball motion for pin carry. Because, whenever your ball's hooking really early and then it's kind of being really lazy down the lane, you're not going to get, and the ball's not slowing down the lane properly, the ball's not going to go through the pins. You're not getting enough traction. So, your pin carry is not going to be quite as good. So, getting it right front to back, and also, knowing the surface to be able to also recommend the right chemicals has a lot to do with, the success of or failure of a certain oil pattern, not necessarily the actual pattern itself.
All right, JJ, the man with the details. How about that? Who knew that when you go to league night, there could be so much that you can't see, right? It's the invisible defense that we're playing against every time we go out there and bowl. And again, looking forward to the documentary series on explaining all that a little bit more. Looks like Missy Parkin doesn't need a whole lot of help deciphering this 43-foot oil pattern at the ITRC Classic. 269 here in game number 4.
Yeah.
We're moving along. And,
No, that was game 3.
I like it.
that was game 3.
Yep.
All right.
It's been moving so fast with all the strikes. It feels like game 4, but still game 3. But 785 out of the gates for her, and for Julia, looking like she went to go try something different here on the fill ball, but she's going to be at 257 and 772. How about that?
It makes me wish I was out there bowling. I'm sure I'd probably have about 6'10" soft right about now. So,
Hey, you're saving it all for the trios game, so that's
yeah,
what
exactly. I got to get practicing for the trios. So, I mean, like I said, as soon as I get done with you guys, I'm probably going to leave here in a second. I'll, start practicing now. So, hopefully be able to get a good 790 together. I'll also bring the cupcakes.
Now you're talking rewards.
Yeah,
I perform for rewards. Absolutely.
Cupcakes
I know
are
how to
key.
loosen up the swing there. Like I said, that's it's key. Proper nutrition. That's key.
It's JJ's next endeavor. He'll be the male version of the Optavia, right? Go out there, the JJ Nutrition Plan. You'll get in cahoots with Valerie and Heather, and you'll have all the bases covered.
What's funny, because I have actually done that Optavia plan, and it works. It works amazing. Because actually, I was actually gaining a little bit of weight there a couple of years ago, and like anything, just getting older, and both of them helped me out, and I mean, Heather's awesome, and helped me out, and next thing I know, I've I'm literally about 16 pounds lighter now than I was. Actually, about 10 pounds lighter than I was just a year ago. So I mean, they both do amazing work. So.
Well, you're definitely putting me to shame in the weight room there in Indonesia. We had some free time, and JJ very focused and pumping iron. So I just watched in awe and hoping that in just a couple of years, so when I catch up, I can be as good a shape, and I'll be ready, Aaron, for the senior tour. I'm working toward it.
Well, I was doing pretty good in the gym because on the lanes, that was a totally different story in Indonesia though. So the gym I think was about all I had going good for me on that trip. But it was fun though overall. Had a great time with you guys.
Certainly been a pleasure. Double J, great to see you as always. Hope everything continues to be well for you, good sir. And until next time, we always enjoy getting the opportunity to chat and see you. Can't wait to do it in person once again. But thank you for joining us, breaking down this 43-foot pattern at the ITRC Classic, and watching some bowling with us. So it was fun to catch up and to chat.
Absolutely, yeah. Thanks for having me on. Always appreciate it, and definitely look forward to seeing you guys. Somewhere down the road. And like I said, thanks again for having me. And I'm going to go practice now and get ready for this weekend and for that trios tournament. So
there we
like
go.
I said, I'll be looking.
We're taking it home, JJ.
Perfect.
All
Have a
right,
good one, guys. Thanks
Take
again.
care.
Thanks, JJ.
All right, everybody. That was USBC Hall of Famer John Janowitz to help us wrap up the first three games here at the PWBA ITRC Classic. Double J, of course, works for Kegel, the official lane maintenance provider of the PWBA Tour. And with that, we talked a little bit about it throughout the course of our block there with Double J. But once again, we'll take a quick look here at this upcoming series.
How do I play this pattern?
I'm sorry. Here. I think I have it. Thanks. Here, man. I watched them play. Got the rookie of the year in AAA and then I watched them play for 2 more years. Got a batting title and moved up.
All right, everybody, we're back here at the ITRC Classic at the International Training and Research Center in Arlington, Texas. My name is Aaron Smith, being joined by, here he comes on the screen, folks, Matt Cannizzaro. Let's keep it going. Let's bring in Jason Thomas, too.
Hey, guys. Just a quick, fun story before you bring in our next guest. So I was talking to one of the reps between games, and he was telling the player, hey, I'd prefer it if you just moved about a board right with your feet, because then, if you miss, it's a 4-pin, not a 2-8-10. And she was like, well, that makes sense. And then he added, and you got about the same chance of picking them up if you leave, if you leave the 4-pin or the 2-8-10, because she's missed about 3 spares already today. And she said, yeah, fair enough.
Well, that's an honest assessment in that situation, but positive reinforcement at its best. So
and the player and rep will not be named to protect the innocent.
But of course. All right, JT. We will talk to you soon as we prepare for our special guest. Great story, though. Great way to kick things off here. Another great guest coming to join us here on Bowl TV. Someone who knows this facility extremely well. The longtime head coach of Team USA, recently retired, Mr. Rod Ross. Hello, Rod. It's good to see you, sir. How's retirement treating you so far?
Doing good. It's interesting. It's different. It's hard to adjust to, but I seem to be able to work it out though. It's definitely different watching the ITRC from this side.
See, Rod, you are the tech wizard of all you've done in the sport of bowling and technology-wise and bowler's map and all of the things that you had a hand in over the years. Of course, the ITRC, special to you. You were there from day one, right? Had a big hand in all the great technology there and bringing all the terrific things in to help not only Team USA, but all the countries and all the bowlers in all the world who came in there and took advantage of the latest and greatest technologies. And we always appreciate all that you offer to us in that facility, but all the things, some of the highlights for you in all the years. I know we'll just jump right in and get to it. Just some of the coolest things and gadgets, and that's your thing. I don't know how much money it cost me over the years traveling with you because of all the cool gadgets that you had that helped make life and my job and our jobs easier. And that's not even bowling related. That's just technology in general. So just tell us about that part of your life and what a big thing it was to help the ITRC become what it is.
Oh yeah, I've always liked tech. I just like toys and technology. I was that guy that when I was a little kid would tear apart engines or radios to figure out how they worked. Most of the time, hopefully we were able to put them back together right. It's just always like the toys and tech. So always was looking at easier or better or more efficient ways to teach our sport. I always felt that bowling, technology-wise, we were always behind. We had the automatic scorekeepers and such, but there was so much more we could do, especially on the coaching, that we just weren't tracking. You take baseball has lots of statistics, football has statistics, everything has statistics, but bowling, we just had average. So I guess that's what kind of started the premise between the ITRC, is trying to get a better way to track things so that we can work on the things that help them improve the most instead of just making them look good. So it's kind of nice. It's the ITRC I started out there. I was hired by USBC just before groundbreaking, so I was able to get involved right off the bat of the designing the technology and where all the wires were going to go and where we're going to mount everything. And so it was kind of fun that they gave me the ability to be able to do that, or the opportunity to do that. Some of the unique things, like you can see right here now, is pull the ball returns off the approaches. You don't really see that very many places. In fact, I probably only know of one other place around unless it's a temporary. But we did that mainly for video, so that there would never be a ball return in front of the players for any kind of side. And the ITRC was designed initially for TV. There's been a lot of network TV shows that have been done there, so it was designed that way right from the get-go. The scores or the monitors are, most bowling centers are at the foul line, and we pull them all the way back to the back of the approach. And one reason for that is you see a lot of bowling centers, people will, when they want to get the scores or read them, they get out and walk up on the approach, especially as I get older, my eyesight's going, so it's kind of hard to see it from back off the approach with the score, so it only makes sense to pull them forward. Plus, it made it more easier to do boom cameras and such. It's kind of some of the unique things that the ITRC is going to feel different to players. If you've never bowled on the approach without a ball return, the first few times you do it, kind of feels like you're walking up on a stage and kind of everything's away from you. Sometimes people have issues initially. It just doesn't feel right. The perspectives aren't there. But we were able to design quite a few of toys, and USBC gave me the latitude to be able to do some experiments. We came up with some pretty cool things for training over the years.
Based on looking at all the pictures hanging on the wall in the meeting room there, the Walter Ray room, and all the world championships and gold medals, and what we talked about in your retirement news, hundreds and hundreds of medals. Obviously, everything that you did there certainly paid off, and it certainly helps that the level of talent coming into the building, but it's definitely very much due to all of the tools and tricks and all the things that you were able to bring to the program and the facility.
It was always a team effort. It always has been. We were just looking for ways to help train our players, our athletes more efficiently, and it kind of helps when you already have the talent that you in the United States have. I mean, the talent around the world is very, very good, and so we just didn't want to fall behind too far. But yeah, we've had some great players come through the program and such, and the ITRC was a teamwork that helped develop this and create these training programs that has been incorporated into a lot of other international teams now, and some of the techniques that are already being incorporated in some of the college programs. Some of the players that are coaching programs now came through or attended some of the Team USA camps and such, and like so many of the coaches ITRC staff are now running their own programs.
Well, and one of the most admirable things about the whole process and the facility, of course, is that the first word is international. And while, obviously you could use the tools and the resources to make Team USA and USBC even stronger, the doors are wide open to bowlers from all over the world. And in turn, you're actually training the bowlers who are going to go out and try to beat you at the events as Team USA, which, of course, you want to bowl against the best to prove that you are the best. But describe that part of the thought process and welcoming. And you can tell by all the banners and all the flags hanging up, all the bowling pins that are signed by the various groups and countries, that it truthfully is an international operation and willing to just make all bowlers better.
Yes, all the flags that you see across the across the ITRC, across the lanes, are all the national teams that have trained, coaches or players have trained at the ITRC since it opened. And yeah, it's kind of interesting because you had to get a good rapport with the international coach and their team manager and their federation, because that's obvious to think, why would you want to teach us if we're going to be in competition? But we have to make the world better, and we learn from them, they learn from us. There's always different things that you're going to see internationally, just perspectives, how they look at things, how they receive things, how they learn things. Some international federations that come in, it was hard to get any interaction with the players because they were told basically taught never to question or talk to the coach. They were just to do. And then there's other federations and players that come in and they just, it's hard to get them the ball because they just were talking, always trying different things. So we learned a lot from all the different countries, but it was kind of nice to be able to put the tools on and be able to run them through the same type of tests or evaluations that we do Team USA. And we would share the data. We would share the data of here's how you stack up to Team USA. It also helped us as Team USA knowing where the rest of the world's at, or what can they do, what the repeatability was, the consistency, the variable, the versatility. So bottom line, if we help the world get better or the world gets better in bowling, everyone wins.
Now, Rod, you mentioned the flags hanging across the lanes at the ITRC. We can't see it in our current view, but it's definitely one of the things that sticks out to most folks who walk in there the first time. Obviously, you got the trophy case right up there up front as well, but I always thought the flags was such an excellent touch. What was kind of just the process of working to make that happen? As more and more countries began to train at the ITRC. Why did you guys think to do that and now it's become a staple of that facility?
And we had a year when we were building it to, kind of design some of the programs we were going to hit the ground running with in 2010 when we opened. And one of the things that we really want to do is make international teams or players feel comfortable. So when we first started doing it, the very first teams to come in, we actually flew their national flag outside of the building, along with the Texas state flag and the USA flag. So it was kind of welcoming the country. And towards the end of it, then we would take a picture with their flag and such. And then once we had their flag, then we decided to put it on the wall. So initially, we were doing it down the wall, down lane 12. Lane 14, excuse me, down the wall, lane 14. And we had the walls going down the side. And we ran out of room. And oh my gosh, what we got to do? So we decided, it would look neat when we've been in international competitions when they kind of had them over in the masking units. But with all our video cameras and stuff, we didn't want to block everything. So we were able to come to a position over the lanes that the cameras could actually shoot underneath the flags and wouldn't be away of any of the video analysis cameras. So we put them across the lanes and we thought that was great, and then we ran out of room again. So then we started coming down the wall. I'm not sure now what they're going to be doing, but yeah, there's not a lot of room left for any more of the countries or flags. There's going to have to be something new soon, as we go on. So there hasn't been any international teams in the last year because of our COVID and everything shut everything down. So I imagine it's going to be a while before they're going to have to figure out how to fix that. But that's basically the story behind the flags.
Very cool.
All right, now Rod, you've had the opportunity to see a lot of bowling in your time, in your decade at the ITRC, and now we're watching some of the best women in the world. You saw them back in 2015, the first time the PWBA traveled to Arlington, Texas, and Danielle McEwen came away with the title back then. Last night, it was one of your longtime team members, Shannon O'Keefe, getting it done. First title of 2021. From the action that you've seen so far this week, and again, assembling the best of the best here, any emotions for you just seeing this high-level bowling back on the lanes at the ITRC? I know it always will be a special place for you, whether you are working there or not, but just to look in and see the fruits of all your hard work, and many of the players you've coached along the way too, having great success out here and bowling on a national stage once again.
Yeah, it's great to see women's bowling back again. The bubble concept is a great concept. ITRC is just a perfect facility for this. And it's ITRC is a tough place to bowl. It is a training facility. The lanes are really within half spec. So you're allowed to 40,000 specs. And we're within 20,000, but each is still a training facility, so we didn't want to make the lanes perfect. there had to be personality a little bit because we're trying to train players and to create recognition. And if anything about the ITRC, there's never really been house shots put out there in the history of it. So like a normal bowling center, you'll have a lot of recreational bowlers and you'll have house shots put out. And the ITRC was probably just the opposite. Not a lot of house balls have gone down the lanes at the ITRC. And our house shot for so many years was always like 2-1 or 2.5 to 1. And now it's been expanded a little bit more to 3 and 4. But it's as such, the lanes have never really aged or developed like a commercial center would, because it's never had the same kind of traffic over the last 10 years that a commercial center would. There's been always substantially more oil on the outside than a commercial center would have that much time or years. So one thing I think you guys are probably seeing is that speed control is very vital at the ITRC. If it can be touchy if your speed is you're not able to control your speed. It's just a lot of them won't notice if you're just watching it on stream. You're not actually there in person. You see the touch that these ladies are doing. It's because they're not throwing it at 100%, or they're not throwing it as fast as they can. Or anything. It takes a little finesse and touch right there at the bottom. That's the difference between coming up and leaving a 4-pin or a 2-8, where you felt like everything else was right on. So it's kind of nice sitting in my nice comfortable chair here at home for a change and kind of watching the ball in the ITRC as opposed to being actually in the middle of the action and working the facility. So actually I don't know which is more enjoyable, because it's, there's nothing like being there live. But the nice thing about sitting in the chair back at home and everything is I don't have to fix something if it gets broken.
Well, Rod, there's a few players right now who are shooting the lights out. You might want to get Nick to check on those light bulbs, and they're making it look like this 43-foot pattern is a house shot at the ITRC today. Aaron, there's some strikes piling up right now, and of course Missy Parkin having a hot start to the day as well. What's the rundown looking like right now? We see right there on our featured pair a pile of strikes and much more around the house.
That's correct. Brianna Cote with a chance at 290 here in game number 4. But Missy Parkin, 785 for her first 3. Julia Bond, 772. They're crossing together today, so definitely working off each other and striking a whole bunch. Early leaders so far on A squad. Jordan Richard at 730. Sandra Gongora at 709. Rocio Restrepo. I know she struggled a little bit at the Bowlers Journal Classic. Nice to see her putting some strikes together as well. 701. Ashley Galante, 699. Sydney Brummett, 681. Dasha Kovalova, 680. Brianna Cote, 672. So an opportunity for her to gain a quick 90 pins on top of that. Carrie Smith, plus 65. Jacqueline Evans, plus 55. Erin McCarthy, plus 39. Abby Ragsdale, plus 33. So that's a kind of a look at the top players so far on A squad. But Rod, I think the way you described it as each lane having its own personality is potentially the best way to kind of sum it up throughout the course of the week. We've talked to players after they've had their practice session or their blocks, and it's, it always seems like there's 1 or 2 pairs that folks continually hit, and they continually just can't quite figure it out all the way. It always just seems to trip them up. I know for Danielle, looking back on her qualifying squad on the last block, she said 7 and 8 couldn't figure it out. I know a lot of folks were struggling on 11 and 12, it seemed like, but we also had 299 on 11 and 12. So I think that's a unique aspect of it. And the way you phrased it, with the personality aspect of it, I thought that was just great. I'm gonna borrow that for the rest of the week, if that's okay.
Yeah, just because you can say that the lanes are tough, doesn't mean they're not unscorable. It's not like it's unplayable conditioning at the ITRC. You can have consistency. And that's the nice thing, is that if you can get into the right matchup, I hate to use that word right matchup, but if you got your speed matched up to your rotation with ball, all of a sudden now you don't have to go through 20, 30 balls or 5 or 6. You can get by with 1 or 2, and I think you're going to find that that the people, once they find the reaction they're looking for, are able to save the same ball for quite a while. And they're going to be able to use it across the house and such too. So it's not that it's unplayable, unscorable, because you're going to have some great scores. It's just that you just can't go to sleep on it. You just can't go on autopilot. Like it's sometimes a bonus and you'll start, the pair is so close you don't pay any attention whether they're left lane or right lane. I guarantee all these girls are paying attention whether they're on the left lane or right lane here. And for your viewers, I mean, one of the reasons why there's different personalities. When we bowl, like I'm watching here lanes 5 and 6. Well, 5 and 6 is unique because there's a ball return between, lanes 6 or 7 share the same foundation. And those two lanes are generally going to be a little closer to each other, very similar. And the same thing like lanes 4 and 5. And that's why at your local bowling center back home, that end pair is always kind of a little different because you're going to have one lane either to the left or to the right that isn't sharing a cribbing anymore, but another lane. So those are always going to be a little unique as far as the lanes. So, one thing I think, looking here at lane 6 and 7, those two lanes are generally going to be closer to each other because of the same foundation underneath them than lane 5 or 6. And the same thing with 7 8. So every bowling center around the world country is going to be like that. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Learning too much today, Rod. This is unbelievable. So much knowledge joining us from all over the world. This is things that I probably could have asked and learned about over the last 10 years before you up and left us.
We had some good trips. It's definitely international bowling is if you've never experienced it, it's kind of similar. If you've never experienced college bowling, the energy that's all involved and such, and the international bowling, they don't get to travel with a lot of bowling balls, so to really be good to travel internationally and compete is you've got to be able to have a versatile arsenal and be able to be versatile yourself to have some success, as opposed to being able to drive there with your car with a trunk full of bowling balls.
Brianna Cote finished up a nice 290 there. As we said, she's at plus 72, so that's going to push her all the way up to plus 162. Just like that, as we wrap up game 4, moving on to game number 5 with Mr. Rod Ross joining us here. It's certainly great to see you. And you mentioned having some good trips with Mr. Cannizzaro. Matt and I used to be roommates for a while, so I got to live with him. But you got to travel with him internationally, so I'm sure you got a good story or two about Matt.
Oh, hey, Rod and I were roommates for one night as well until he packed up and moved out, right, Rod?
Yeah, we didn't even make it through the one night, and then I had a visitor in the middle of the night into my room. So we were at the Can-Am games, and it's dorm rooms, and they get you assigned rooms. And they had Matt and myself sharing a room, and I think there was one outlet in the room. One outlet in the room, and small little single beds. I mean, I don't know the size, twins or smaller than that, and not a lot of room. But there was 4 bedrooms in this little complex, this little dorm, and there was one room that was completely vacant. So I went down to the office at the facility, and they said, "Oh yeah, there's not going to be anyone checking in that for 2 more weeks. Yeah, you can go ahead and move in there." So I move in, leave Matt. Sorry, Matt, we left. And gave Matt his room. And nice thing about that room, there was like 4 or 5 outlets. But if you have electronics, you want your outlets. And probably about 2 o'clock in the morning, someone comes bailing in the door into the room I'm in, and wants me to move my stuff. Apparently, some players got in. Coach got in very late that night, and someone at the reception for the games gave them that. Oh, well, this room's supposed to be vacant, so they gave them that room and that key. So it was a fun time. But there was a lot of heat in that building too, if I remember right. Is that right, Matt?
Yeah, it was getting toward winter time, right? It was cold and rainy the entire trip, and but the moral of the story there is, Rod, it's not always greener on the other side, right? So the tech guy, you got all the outlets for a minute, and the fat guy got to push the beds together and have a comfortable week. But it turned out that you should have just stuck around, because I probably wouldn't have yelled at you in the middle of the night either. So now we know. So I'm sure we'll have opportunities down the road again sometime, but that one will always stand out. Again, of all the things we got to experience, I mean, the Pan Am Games for sure. As close right now as bowling will get to the Olympics. So you mentioned the dorm, living in the athlete village,
Right.
a perspective that I'm grateful for, to have been in there with the players, to be able to share in that lifestyle for almost 2 weeks. We were there. And just to really see, and athletes of all sports. We were rooming with the field hockey guys at the time, so we got to see, what it's like in the other sports, and what their live streaming is like, and their programs and their coaching, and amazing experiences. And that didn't even count the bowling part and the success and the gold medals, and this is all off the lanes. And just sometimes the travel part was as entertaining as anything else.
Yeah, the unique thing you got to experience there is that when you get to like the Canada games, like you say, for bowling, it is probably the closest thing that we in the Western Hemisphere have to the Olympics. You have the Asian Games as well, which is going to be their equivalent of the Pan Am Games. And with a lot of Asian countries, that's the important event. That's the one that they're always building their bowling for. But we're in the athletic village. It's closed off to the public, and just coaches and players. And there's a big cafeteria all the time. It's open pretty much 24 hours a day, because of the people training to be able to go in there and get something to eat. And the unique thing about it at the Pan Am Games, I've never seen it, is that when you win a medal, everyone applauds. But if you wear a gold medal, people give you a standing ovation. And it doesn't matter what sport you're in, they recognize the medal, the achievement of the athlete. So we've been able to have some of our players experience over the years to be able to do that. But it's a very exciting feeling. It's just electrifying to sit there and just walk in, and people will notice that there's gold medal around you, and they don't ask you what sport you're in or anything like that. It's just a standing ovation as they're walking in, and it is something that's pretty cool.
Well, now,
as a sport.
Thanks to COVID-19, we've taken that concept and now created it at the ITRC. It is the athlete village. They get to walk across the street to the hotel and then back to the bowling facility. And then when Shannon O'Keefe, we didn't get to ask her, but when she walked in with the trophy last night, I'm sure all of the patrons at the hotel were there to give her that standing ovation as well.
I'm sure she got a lot of congratulations, because they all know how tough it is to win after.
Moving on to Game 5, and Julia Bond and Missy Parkin have been the two strongest players so far here through the early going. I believe when we started this one, I think Julia actually had jumped into the lead. I think she's at plus 220 now, and Missy at 215 over. Rod, you've had the opportunity to work with both of those players in capacity with Team USA and Junior Team USA. What's one characteristic about each of those players that makes them, I know there are many, but what's one thing that each of them just do great time in and time out for Missy and Julia?
Oh, they're not scared at the moment. They are constantly trying to get better and improve. I mean, they're tigers, lions, whatever you want to. They love the challenge. They love the competition. It's some players. As a stage gets bigger, they get a little bit more careful. But both of those two, Missy and Julia, it's when the stage gets better, they get better. And I think that you're going to find that as the week goes on in this facility, in this bubble. I would think the field's just going to get better, because whenever you're surrounded with great players and you're bowling them, usually it's going to bring everyone else up. I think you're just going to see better and better bowling as these events go on. There's a reason these girls are out there.
We'll get a look at Missy here. We saw her in the stepladder finals on this pair perform admirably, winning her first match against Erin McCarthy before dropping the semifinal matchup against Shannon O'Keefe. She delivers a strike, and both of these players have been strong on this 43-foot condition for the ITRC Classic, the second of 3 national tour events at the Kickoff Classic Series. It's been a long time coming to see these athletes compete once again, and with Shannon O'Keefe winning the first event, we're excited to see who's going to be able to capture the namesake title here at the ITRC. Rod, I know you've had the opportunity to see a few different, TV finals here at the ITRC over the years. If you had to pick one as a favorite, what would it be and why?
Oh, wow. That's that'd be tough. There were so many great ones over the years that, I hate to slight some of them, but I think the most exciting one, or the one that's, because it's one of the freshest ones, is Tommy Jones's 300 at the Hall of Fame Classic. He was just slightly off the team going into the Hall of Fame the night before, and just knowing Tommy, how great of a player and a person he is and everything, but to be able to do that, it was exciting to watch. It's really exciting because these guys, they shoot you think, well, they shoot a lot of 300s, but that one was special. That one was really special for Tommy to be able to do that, and that was a great way. And it was sad too because Mr. Tang there in the championship match. He bowled great to get there. It's the only thing you can do is tie that 300 game. You can't beat it. And when your opponent comes up there, and he bowled a great game, Darren did, but that 300 was phenomenal. So that'd have to be, I think, on the top. The most exciting was wildest, I would think, that the most pressure on us as the staff and everything was the Junior Gold TV shows.
Oh, yeah.
That back to back, and it was 100 and some degrees outside, and and the camera crew brought in some of the older lights. There was heat coming off with the lights, and trying to keep everything cooled down, and so the energy of that was phenomenal. Anytime you get all those parents and all those people in there and all the different youth, and that one was great as far as the energy, and it was hot, and they put up with quite a bit there trying to keep that thing cool and everything, but the building was just wasn't designed to have a TV show at 100 plus degrees outside with 500-600 plus people sitting in there. But that was a fun one. The early ones, when we had the PWBA series, I guess, were the really early ones when they had the different pattern practices. That was the first TV show that we had, when we had both the women and the men, was probably one of the foundations of the events that was always there. It's the one that has the pictures in the hallway. If you go down the hallway, you can see pictures from that TV show.
Some excellent trips down memory lane there, Rod. And right now we're going to get a quick update from inside the ITRC from Mr. Chuck Gardner. So, Chuck, welcome back. We got Rod Ross with us as well. So, gentlemen.
Hey, Coach. How you doing?
Good. How you doing, Coach?
you enjoying the little leisurely life now?
Yeah, it's a little different. It's different watching it as opposed to you like there being in the heat of the battle.
Well, we miss seeing you. We miss seeing you for sure.
Chuck, Missy's been on fire so far this block. Tell us a little bit about how she's been seeing the lanes and what's been working.
Well, we had a plan. She was going to play them very similar to Liz Johnson. Figure out a way to get a ball to read the front and shim it in there. And as Coach Rod knows, she's really good at doing that. And keeping her speed up and letting the lane pick it up and continue through the pins. And she's been using a symmetrical ball the whole time with quite a bit of surface on it. But now it's starting to sputter a little bit right now. It's probably a little trip 4 there, but it's definitely starting to sputter a little bit now and burn up a little bit in the front. So
could see some changes coming perhaps to account for that. On that same pair, Valerie Berstier, she's plus, but not having quite the same kind of success as Missy has. What's going to be the next move for Valerie to start putting a few strikes together?
Well, we actually have Valerie into a symmetrical ball, a knockout now, and trying to get her to close her angles down just a little bit. She's, soft-handed and creates a lot of mid-lane rolls. So we're just trying to get her to use the shim a little bit, and because there's definitely a little shim out there, and she's really not taking advantage of it. So we'll see if we can get her a little closer to doing it. She was hooking it a little bit too much, really, in my opinion, from the wrong spot. So, the girls that are hooking it, that are bowling good, like JoJo and a few of the other girls that are bowling good, they're hooking it from, they're at 20, 21, 22 at the arrows. And if you want to hook it, you don't need to be crossing the arrows at 17 or 18, because now you get it out of the slot and it's just hard to get it to read the mid lane.
All right, Chuck. Well, we appreciate the update as always, sir, and we will we'll let you get back to it, and we'll talk to you soon.
All right, guys. Have a great one. Good seeing you, Coach.
All right, folks. Chuck Gardner joining us for a quick second from inside the ITRC, giving us the updates. We are joined by the legendary Rod Ross, longtime Team USA head coach and travel partner with Matt Cannizzaro.
It's making me reminiscent of the old days, Rod. It's been since 2019 now since we've been anywhere.
It's been a while, yeah. It's I keep getting a notice that I've got to fly soon, or else I'm going to lose all my miles. So it's
you got some free time now.
Yeah, I do. I just got to have a place to go. It's but yeah, it's everything has been shut down. So this is good. This is really good to see the girls. I'm actually pleased to see how sharp all the girls are too. That was, I think, one of the concerns with so much of being shut down and not being open much and everything. But these girls are looking pretty sharp. It's looking good.
Well, definitely by following them on social media, we've talked a lot about it. They have made a life of training and being in shape and doing all the right things to really be considered athletes and at the top of their games. And coronavirus or anything aside, they spent 2020 staying ready for when they got the call that the PWBA was coming back. And again, we see it this week from their hotel rooms as far as how they've adapted their surroundings to be able to continue the preparation, the success, and it really is phenomenal. And again, at least for the Team USA folks, it's all a testament to the program and the teachings, and even things. For example, Missy Parkin has been working a lot with Brian Kane, the mental game specialist that Team USA works with, and Lindsey Boomerstein mentioned working with Mike Sadie on some of the same things. So even when they can't physically be doing things, they've been staying mentally sharp, and it all plays together. And of course, as you said before, other countries and other bowlers see what Team USA is doing sometimes, and they want to do those things. And Team USA raises the bar. Everybody else wants to catch up. So it's a constant a battle off the lane as well to be ready and stay ready. And again, you never know when those calls are going to come right now that, hey, there's an event. Let's get this done.
Yeah, it's the evolution of the game, the players and the coaching and such. I mean, I see once in a while on social media, you'll see some of the, I guess you'd have to call them old school, but, thinking that the players back in the day were more versatile than the players nowadays, all they do is change balls. And, that comment is so much removed from actually, elite competition. It's crazy because these players have such versatility, speed control, hand control, being able to get the ball to pick up in the right part of the lane, shaping it. It's just, Chuck Gardner was just telling me about, having to make the little, getting in to read the fronts a little bit and shim it. I mean, this kind of stuff, these players are really good. It's hard to sit there and watch it on video to know the little subtle changes that they're trying to do, being able to control their ball speed and be able to drop it down a quarter or a half a mile, being able to increase their rotation a little bit or come up the back a little bit more. And they might be playing the same line. In one line, they're going to be coming around it a little bit more, and on the other lane, they might be actually just backing off the speed a little bit more, kicking up the speed a little. Unless you're really there, it's hard to see how good these players are. And the fitness wise, and with the mental game and mental development and everything, they might not have been throwing balls, but they were playing bowling in their heads, and they were getting better and better. Being able over their minds of, what do they want to do in this type of situation. And that's where the experience comes in, because you get that recognition that you see this transition. Oh, this is what works. Players that have been with the same staff for a while, the same through ball, sometimes have a little bit of an advantage because they have that recognition of transitions and being very familiar with the balls. And I know a lot of the girls changed or went to a different ball manufacturer and got to learn the equipment and such. So they're learning that on the fly. Plus, they're getting communication with the ball reps, the coaches, and everything of different ways they're going. But it's amazing to watch how good they are. I mean, I can't express it enough about it's exciting to be able to watch how good these girls have gotten.
Now, Rod, you mentioned, these players going through or switching companies throughout the course of, the season, their careers here and there. As a coach on the Team USA side, when they would make these changes and you knew you had an event coming up, was there, I'm just curious how much communication you had in that process as well. Obviously, they're working with the companies and the folks there trying to learn the equipment. But, when that learning curve kind of had to be approached as well for a Team USA event, how did that kind of change the approach to working with that player, knowing they might trying to be learning some new equipment too?
Well, I think on their end and on the coach's side, they know how to build arsenals. And when we travel, we're looking at 6-ball arsenals. And if they have a spare ball dedicated straight for the spares, now we're down to a 5-ball arsenal. So if we had some kind of idea of the pattern bank and length, it would give us an advantage. We would do our research, what the lane surface was, what the characteristics of the center. I mean, were we on HPLs or were we on Brunswick Pro lanes, or, what was the age of the lanes? We would have research on what events had been there before, what was the scoring pace based on type of oil patterns were out there. One of the big assets in the early days was Bowling Digital, because they would have all the reports and everything. So you could find out a lot about a bowling center. So we would try to get as much research, and then communication with the player was, we need balls to do these different shapes. And, it's about picking up at just different parts of the lane. And Chris Barnes has a great presentation. If you ever get the chance to go to his camps, you're looking at angler, and then you're looking at controls, whether you're going to have balls that are going to be smooth, or you're going to have balls that quickly react to have a little bit of angle. And depending on where you're going to have to be playing the lane and feeding it to, it give you a dictation of what kind of shape you're looking on the back end. The players themselves would say, okay, now this is what we need their manufacturer. And they would talk with the other players that are on there too about, what are going to be some of the great balls. But we do a lot with surface too, because when you only have 6 balls, surface is king. Being able to get the ball to pick up the right spot of the lane. And you're going to be running multiple patterns in this facility, but I think you're going to find as the tournament goes on, the ones that are really doing well are only going to be using a few balls, and they're going to actually use those same balls on the other patterns as well, because the facility and the type of oil you use, it has a lot to do with your ball motion and reaction. And the length of the pattern, the shape of the pattern dictates how you attack that pattern. But the characteristics, unless you change types of oil that you're using or you change the lanes, those playing environments always going to be there. So based on your style, your speed, what you like to do, it's going to lead you to a particular type of core cover combination that's going to kind of match up with you. And then you're going to make the adjustments of whether you're playing it down, first, second arrow, or whether you're playing fifth or sixth arrow. You're going to make some adjustments to your hand and everything, but you're going to see that, I think you'll see settle with the girls that when they get closer to the other events and everything, it's going to come down just a few balls that they're going to end up using on the whole event. It's kind of funny how it works out that way.
Excellent stuff there, Rod. We appreciate jumping into that topic as well. We are in Game 5. We got a quick recap here for scores after 4 for the ITRC Classic here on A Squad. Julia Bond, as we mentioned, did take over the lead at plus 220. Missy Parkin at plus 213. We're watching both of them right now. Brianna Cote with that big 290 game, now at plus 162. Third on A Squad. Rocio Restrepo has been bowling great, plus 148. Sandra Gongora, plus 144. Jordan Richard, plus 143. Dasha Kovalova, plus 117. Sydney Brummett, plus 95. Ashley Galante, plus 87. Carrie Smith, plus 71. Maria Balanova, plus 57. Jackie Evans and Valerie Bercier at plus 40. Some of the top performers so far here on A Squad as we get closer and closer to that cut line. Once again, the top 12 advance to match play. That will kick off tomorrow, 11 a.m. Eastern, right here on Bowl TV.
So the shot that you just see that Julia just threw on lane 10, I mean, that reaction is going to be hard to beat. I mean, she's got a really good ball motion going through the lane right now. The key is watch players, watch the ball going through the pins. And that'll give you a better idea on the front to back motion of the ball. But right now, Julia Bond's ball motion looks pretty darn good.
Now, Rod, for the folks at home, can you kind of get a little more in depth with just what you're seeing with her ball motion and why it's matching up so much?
Well, I guess to briefly explain it, you kind of want to watch what the ball does going through the pins, and that gives you an indication of the phases that it's going, how it shapes up and goes through the pins. And the game's always a front to back, back to front, whichever way. We're talking about the same thing. But when you have it, what I mean by shaping up is the ball is making the right transitions at the right spot of the lane. And sometimes you need to make that, pick up a little earlier, kind of pull it closer to you. Sometimes you got to get it, push it a little farther from you. If the angle is too steep or not enough through the back end, that's going to be an adjustment left to right on the lane. But generally, when they get close, they're making the adjustments front to back. And that was, I guess, is the touch that I'm talking about. And right now, if the few shots is just watching Julia's shots going through there, it's slowing down in the right part of the lane. It's not jumping, it's making a smooth transition, but the big difference is how it's going through the pins. And when you can get your ball going through, they say going through the pins the right way. If you can get that ball to exit, close to the center of the lane as it goes off the pin deck, you're probably going to be striking quite a bit. Your carry percentage definitely increases.
We'll get to see Julia up here once again in frame number, that's going to be frame 9 for her. Scoring pace has slowed down a little bit for both her and Missy here on lanes 9 and 10. Pretty memorable pair for stepladder finals. It seemed like we always ended up on 9 and 10 for our Bowl TV stepladder finals. And Rod, you were always so kind to provide us with our little can't think of the word right now, Matt. What am I thinking of? The little platform.
Oh, the media platform.
We love the media platform. That was always the great thing, whether it was Senior Queens, the Prairie View A&M Invitational each year. Just we always knew we were going to be well taken care of by you and Nick and company. So we always appreciate that, and many memorable finals on 9 and 10 along the way.
Yeah, 7 and 8 was 9 and 10 was our streaming TV pair, and 7 and 8 was our TV production pair. That were, if we had the ESPN or such coming in. But yeah, we made do with it's quite unique facility because it can be flipped. All the computers, all the technology, everything we designed to be portable so it can be moved and removed from the facility. And then the concourse and the whole back is just completely wide open. There's no couches, there's no chairs. The tables could all be moved. They're not bolted down to the floor. So it was pretty much a multi-use facility. We could reconfigure it depending on its needs. So that was kind of unique about the place. And, have that platform come out there and get you guys up on your own stage so you can see over the heads of everything, especially some of those college tournaments, you still had trouble seeing over the top, even with the stage because everyone's up and standing. But yeah, it's a great facility. It's unique.
I always assumed we had the platform just to make sure everyone knew where Matt was at all times. So make sure he wasn't getting lost or anything, because we knew he was holding down the coverage behind there, and of course to keep all the autographs away from Matt as well. So that was always key.
Yeah, definitely keep us safe amongst all the fans. Absolutely.
Plus, it gave you, for the hours you guys were putting in, gave you guys a place that you put your head down at the end of the day and in the morning, and because you guys put some long hours in there.
Some long hours, but some good times, Rod.
Yeah,
that's what they were.
Well, Julia Bond, we're watching her here on our featured pair. She had some good times on that pair as a member of the Nebraska bowling team, right? They found some success during that run at the Prairie View.
Yeah, it's a facility has hosted quite a few different events over the years, and it's had corporate parties and as such as well.
Oh, 8-pin for good measure there on the fill for Missy. A well-fought, clean 202 to wrap things up. She'll be at plus 215.
Yeah, she was fighting a reaction on that lane. That pair, she get a little softer and it would come up on her, and then if she got a little speeder, angles in front to back is just a little off. So there's a transition that's going on that she's kind of missing it. Julie is definitely farther left and feeding it farther right. And then, when you have your ball shape up right, even the light hits, you have a better chance of being able to kick that 5 out of those really light hits. But I would imagine Missy's going to be making a change here soon. Not necessarily with a ball, but definitely the zone. She's starting to get, look like she's starting to get a little trapped in there.
Well, this was about the time Liz struggled in her block. She only had 232 about game 5. So, and then things picked back up in game 6. I think right in that window, I think they'll figure it out. It'll come to them. I have no doubt.
Yeah, it's going to be patience. It's sometimes you gotta grind out those clean games for the low deuce and such. Just you don't want to get crazy because there's a lot of games that are involved. And it's kind of funny is that the transition will be a little different, even though you don't have players in there. You have live stream, so the players have been able to see what the players in the squad were doing, be able to watch where they were playing and such. And it's not as drastic with the women as it is with the guys, but the guys that always try to, that's where they're playing, so they jump there earlier. And they would, so now the transition is completely different because instead of getting into a zone, in the second or third game, they got in there in the first or second game, or vice versa, fifth or sixth game and such. So I think you're going to see a little of that going on right now as well, because the fronts are definitely changing up on them, because people were playing a little more direct, and I think you're going to be seeing in the rest of the games going on. People are still going to have to get it through that front a little bit.
All right, folks, as we finish up at game number 6 here, just a big thank you to Mr. Rod Ross for joining us here. Longtime Team USA and Junior Team USA coach, has done everything for Team USA over the course of his historic career. Rod, we'll let you enjoy the rest of your Friday evening here, but we just want to thank you for joining us, and we hope to have this opportunity again. And of course, I know Matt misses you as a travel buddy as well. So for the next time, you guys can do that.
Well, appreciate the experience. Let me come in and talk to you guys for a little bit and everything, and relive some of the glory stuff. It was been great, and you guys have a good evening, and hopefully we continue to see some great scores. I mean, this is some good bowling, and people are missing out if they're not watching, because you can learn so much by watching these players.
Absolutely. You too, Rod. Take care, bud.
Thanks, Rod.
All right, that's longtime Team USA head coach Rod Ross joining us for a couple games there. I believe JT is ready for our giveaway. We're going to have 2 this round. So the first one coming up, we've talked about it a little bit earlier in the broadcast, a training session here at the ITRC, a full day training session with Mr. Lou Marquez. Will be available here on BullTV.com in just a couple of moments here. So it looks like we got Lou coming on here. We're going to learn a little bit more about this giveaway first before we start it up. So as soon as Lou is ready, we will head on over to him. All right, there he is. Hey there, Lou. How you doing?
Hi, guys.
It's great to see you again. Thank you once again for taking a few minutes to chat with us. I'm not sure if JT told you or not, but we're doing a giveaway that involves you.
Awesome. That sounds great.
We're giving away a Lou.
I'm pretty cheap labor. That's at least what my wife tells me.
Well, the package we're going to give away to the Bull TV audience is a full day lesson on the lanes with you and your expertise. So for the folks out there wondering, what exactly does that entail?
Well, first, it's going to be an amazing experience for whoever wins this. Details of it, and I tell this to everybody who is inquiring about the training sessions here. It's a very thorough experience in understanding what your physical consistency, is. We start off with a little pre-interview, kind of get an idea on your background, your experiences, what you struggle with, just to kind of get a mental picture of where you feel you need to be. And then we actually start delving into understanding and measuring your consistency level. For everybody, it could be something as simple as timing, or consistency with release, or consistency with control of direction. So what we want to do is measure all the different parameters that you contribute, and then get a really good understanding of what's really going on in your physical game. At the same time, we're videotaping you from multi-camera angles over, all around you. And then we bring that, data back, and we really break it down. We'll understand exactly where your strengths are, as well as the areas of concern. And that's where we really dive into the training part. We really concentrate on the areas that need improvement, and then we go out onto the lanes and really start to not break it down, but really try to enhance it, give you a different thought, give you something different to work on that will help to bring out better consistency. And then we've got all the cameras, like we said, in the past, all these video technology that we use, so you could see it in rapid time and instant feedback. And that's how a person really develops. They get to see, the change. It happens, it could happen over several shots, but it could be instantaneous. So we let the bowler experience the training on their own pace, and they see themselves evolve. And then we recorded the entire session so they could take it back home and then relearn this and work on it in better detail in a practice session at their leisure at home. So we outline a practice plan for them. We do a lot of follow-up with them. So it's a very, very in-depth. Now, for this lucky winner who's going to be experiencing this training session, because of the time that's allotted for this, they're going to have a lot of opportunity to not only work on their physical ability, but we can work on lane play, we can work on equipment, we can work on refitting them, if they need that. All the different things that they would experience by having a unique training session. So we're gonna do a lot of stuff is going to happen for that lucky winner.
All right, excellent. That's that definitely sounds worth a full TV subscription right there, folks. But Lou, that's just so much to take in there. That's as we said, it's a full day of learning, improving, enhancing. All those terms kind of fall into play, and of course, you get to do it right at the ITRC as well with all the technology available. That gives you basically that instant feedback, especially when you're trying to, adjust small things on the lanes. It's pretty cool that they can see those changes that quickly.
Exactly. And we'll be able to help them unlock, some things that they have really, deep questions for. I get a lot of questions on, how do I increase my versatility, or how do I master lane play? And for some people, that's a big struggle. And what we help them do is kind of not only identify what they normally do on a regular basis, but give them options. And that's what really every bowler wants. The ability to expand their potential, be able to use that, effectively and know when to use it. So, for this lucky winner, it's going to be an experience of a lifetime.
All right, Lou. Well, we'll let you do the honors. We're ready to put this giveaway up for one lucky winner to take home. So when you tell us, we're going to start up the giveaway.
Okay, so what do I do? Just hit stop or just tell you?
You just got to tell us. So you can make them wait. You could, like, if you want to hang out for like 2 games and make it awkward for them, you could do that too. You tell me when, I'll press the button. We'll start this giveaway up.
All right, go ahead and press it.
All right, we're going to do it. Folks, once again, all you have to do, once you see the prompt to click submit entry, you'll be eligible to win. So it's happening. Full day session at the ITRC with Lou Marquez. So best of luck to all the folks in Bowl TV land. That amazing experience home with them. Not gonna lie, Lou, we got about 90 seconds until we actually find out who wins. So
okay.
We got some time before we know the name. So that's the one caveat of the giveaway system. We give them time to fall into it.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Is this free day at the ITRC? Is this transferable to your favorite Bowl TV host? Should you not be able to make it?
Matt, you know how to find me, so I'm easily accessible for you, buddy.
So we've been at this long enough. I think I'm unfixable.
You're my favorite lefty anyway, so not a problem.
You heard it here, folks. Bowl TV exclusive. Breaking news.
Matt's my favorite lefty.
That. Thanks, Lou.
See, Matt, we finally made it happen. We've had McNeil on all day, and everyone talks about him being the premier lefty on TV. But see what?
No. It's Matt. It's always been Matt.
I try to go under the radar, underrated.
We even brought him out of retirement. Don't forget that. You actually got to bowl at the Open Championships with us.
That's it. That was a fun night.
That was fun. Yes.
Just gotta get something like Matt likes the short patterns nowadays. So he hated them before. Now he likes a short pattern. So just come like 35 feet is out on lanes 1 and 2. Maybe he'll sneak in sometime soon.
We spent a whole day in Michigan at Turbo. And he said, Matt, throw it in the gutter. Throw it in the gutter. We were trying to play the cheetah back in the day.
Yeah.
Couldn't do it, and just gave up on it. 10 years later, that's all I can do now.
That's all he can do is he can play the cheetah like no other.
But all the other patterns, no chance.
Guys, we have a winner, so congratulations to Kristen Warzinski, someone who knows the ITRC very well as a past U.S.
Yes. Yeah. Awesome.
Kristen, next time you're down, Lou will be available for a full day training session. So congrats.
Awesome. Yeah, she's on my Facebook feed. So yeah, great. Congrats.
You guys can start talking detail as soon as we finish up here.
All right. Awesome.
All right. Thanks, Lou. We appreciate it. Congratulations, Kristen. And Lou, we'll talk to you soon.
You guys be safe. Take care.
You too.
Thanks, Lou.
All right, folks, that's what we're all about here on Bull TV. Another giveaway. We still have one more to go this block, so we will have that coming up in the next, or more toward the final games here as we wrap up. That'll be an annual subscription to Bull TV. So there you go. As we take a look at lanes, I should say, 9 and 10. This game, we are joined by Jacqueline Evans, Stephanie Martins, and Brianna Cote. Been told we have an update for scores as well, so we will get a quick rundown of those. Missy Parkin moves back into the lead at plus 215. We watched her compete alongside Julia Bond, that 202 enough to get around Julia, who had 191. Bond at plus 211, Brianna Cote at plus 195, Dasha Kovalova plus 183, Arosio at plus 174. At the moment, through 5, that is the cut line for the top 12, plus 174. Sandra Gangora at plus 133, Jordan Richard plus 123, Sydney Brummett plus 104, Carrie Smith plus 97, Ashley Galante plus 93, Jacqueline Evans plus 77, Jillian Martin plus 61, Aaron McCarthy plus 57. Some of the top performers here in the early going on A squad. When we take a quick look at the Hall of Fame Classic right now, with B squad in the books with 18 games, A squad now after 14 games, just 4 left to go. The current number for 24th spot is plus 156, which belongs to PWBA Tour rookie Maria Balanova, who is bowling on this squad. The first person out who has just continued to struggle today, our runner-up at the Bowlers Journal Classic in top seed, Danielle McCune. She's at plus 125 for the cut to the top 24. But quite a few folks still on A squad competing, so an opportunity to see that line change quite a bit. We haven't had an official cut prediction number for that yet, but we do have coming up next is Jason Thomas, who looks ready to go, ready to potentially run down some numbers. And maybe a little bit more. JT, we've had so much fun giving away stuff, talking to ITRC guys.
Yeah.
Well, your end.
I just want to let you know, we had teased it earlier in the day. Bernie Sanders, Senator, U.S. Senator, 2-time presidential candidate. He's the biggest news in Washington after the inauguration for the meme that he generated that is being shared all around the world the last couple of days since the how many days has it been since the inauguration?
I don't even know what.
Like 1, 2?
What day it is.
I don't even know. But anyway, he's like bigger than Crying Jordan right now. So we've got him here coming up in a minute for you guys to talk to. And apparently he's a bowling fan. So you just need to ask him a bunch of questions about bowling, and we're going to find out. It's not very often that you get a U.S. Senator watching one of our events here on Bull TV. So it could be pretty cool.
The most impressive part of this is that he somehow passed the procedures and protocol to enter the ITRC as well. So shout out to Bernie for his craftiness.
Yeah, no, we'll have to ask him about that. All right.
All right, JT. We'll talk to you soon. And got some news of some strikes on 11 and 12, so we might go check that out next.
Yep.
All right. Reports Aaron McCarthy, who has some work to do now, up to the front 7 over on 11 and 12. Let's take a quick run over there.
All good. All good.
And we'll see McCarthy stepping up for her 8th. Up on lane 12. And the light mixer does not cooperate there, so the camera turn once again strikes here at the ITRC Classic. However, taking a look at the pair, we should definitely stay here for a little bit. Aaron striking Jillian Martin a chance to shoot 278 as well, along with Dasha Kovalova. So Aaron was a little bit farther back in the standings here for the ITRC Classic, but a big game or two down the stretch here will certainly help. She was at plus 57. And Jillian at plus 61. So both of these players can make a huge jump in the standings if they're able to finish out these games. Jillian shot 299 on this pair during match play. And folks, I'm not sure what's going to happen next, but it appears we have another special guest joining here from the ITRC. And hello.
Hello, is this thing working? Can you hear me?
We can hear you, yes, loud and clear, Bernie.
Are you sure? I'm not sure if this is working.
Loud and clear. We can hear you.
Okay. Who are you guys?
That's a great question. Some folks have called us the B team, but it's actually Aaron and Matt from Bull TV.
Oh, it's very nice to meet you, gentlemen. So what is happening here today, gentlemen?
We're watching qualifying. Can you imagine? We've been sitting here through now. This is game 15 of 18 for the day, watching the best athletes on the PWBA tour compete for a title and the chance to hoist the ITRC Classic trophy.
That's very nice. I can really relate to bowling because every 4 years I feel like a bowling pin. The Democratic Party sets me up and then they knock me down before I have a chance to run for president.
Now, Bernie, which pin would you be?
That depends. Which one gets knocked down the most?
Well, it depends on if we're shooting at spares or not. None of the corners for Matt or myself. So we're going to put you in the middle of the lane. You're going to be the 5-pin.
That's definitely me.
Now, Bernie, how did you make it into the ITRC?
Well, as you can tell, I wear a mask everywhere. Even when I'm eating, I always have a mask on. And so, and I also am a senator. So I got the coronavirus vaccine before it was available to anybody. Did you guys get the vaccine yet?
We are not senators, so no.
Yes, it's good to be a senator.
Let's see. We are Bull TV royalty, though, so we're next in line actually to get that. Of course, we got a lot of events coming up. We want to bring all the news and notes to the folks around. So we are next in line behind all of the senators.
So you mentioned there was a bowling tournament here last night, and somebody won. What happened there?
Oh, we had a thrilling final, the first event in nearly 500 days on the PWBA tour. The two-time reigning champion, Shannon O'Keefe, fought through the transition in the championship match against her nemesis these past few years, Danielle McEwen. They've always been fighting for victories in the top spot and player of the year, and Shannon was able to fight through the transition on the oil pattern, make the right moves, throw 8 late strikes to capture her 14th career title. That's what happened here.
Yes, that's very interesting. I have no idea what you just said, but did she win any money?
Of course. That's what it's all about.
How much did she win?
$10,000 for first.
$10,000. Wow. How many other girls were bowling? Women. Sorry, excuse me. How many other women were bowling?
We had 36 total in the field. It got down to 4 for the stepladder finals before Shannon was able to take the victory over Danielle.
So you gave, let me get this straight, boys. You gave one person $10,000 and you had 36 others that were bowling too. Wouldn't it be better if you just split that $10,000 up and gave a little bit to everybody?
Well, that was just for first place, Bernie. Technically, these competitors are bowling for a prize fund of $65,000. So 32 of the 36 actually got a check for that event, and will do so at this event too.
Well, I guess that is a little bit more fun than just giving people money. Well, I like this bowling. I really enjoy it. How can I watch more of this bowling?
Well, Bernie, you stumbled into all places. The Bowl TV backdrop, bowltv.com, the home of the PWBA Tour, and so much more here in 2021. Top-tier professional events like the PWBA, USBC Masters, US Open. We got top youth, senior events, a little bit of everything going on. So it's the place to be if you're a bowling fan.
That sounds like a very good deal. I just want to say, I think bowling is a very American sport, and I endorse this message.
Well, we certainly appreciate that, Bernie. And hopefully you'll become a subscriber to Bowl TV too.
Absolutely. How much does it cost?
Well, we have multiple options, but the best one to take home is the annual subscription for $79.95.
Ooh, $79.95. I don't know. Maybe I can work that in my expense report.
Well, it's such a great deal. We're projecting right around 90 events this year. So, Bernie, I'm sure you know the numbers. That's less than basically $1 per event.
Yes, it's almost 50 cents per event, actually. But I think that's a good enough deal. I think I'm going to do it, guys. Thank you so much for the information.
All right. Thanks, Bernie. We appreciate you stopping by. And safe travels. Enjoy some bowling while you're at it.
Take care. Don't forget to vote.
Aaron, I'm going to vote for Bernie Sanders being my replacement here on Bowl TV. You guys, you're a 1-2 combo right there. You're a new co-host in training. I'm ready to go. I'll go make a phone call, write a story or something. But that was some classic stuff right there.
That was, in fact, something else. So much happened during that we missed Jillian Martin shoot 278 and Aaron McCarthy shoot 259, but both of them making moves in the right direction here as Dasha Kovalova is going to finish up here. She's in the 10th frame. Already has one strike in the 10th. She can get to 225 with one more just like that.
You have said in the past that talking to me sometimes is like talking to a cardboard cutout. So you've had all these years of practice.
Well, I did get caught earlier today blatantly not listening to you when you asked me a question. So that apparently that is on par. But we keep having folks show up in this inside the ITRC booth. Oh, it's Jason Thomas. Jason.
That was awesome, guys. I mean, how often do you get a chance to interview a senator?
Oh, did you see him?
I did. Yeah. Well, I had to escort him out. But yeah, that was good stuff.
Jason also collected his saliva when he arrived at the corner to make sure that he was okay.
No, actually, Rob Gottschall did that.
And then Caitlin brought him some fettuccine, and he was all set.
It's always nice to have bowling fans wherever they come from. Republican, Democrat, we'll take them all.
Right, we just see fans. We don't see Democratic or Republican parties at all. No affiliations.
All right.
Technically, in that situation, if you wave him hard enough, he will be a fan as well. So that's dual purpose.
We'll keep Bernie around for good luck.
All right, JT. I had no idea how that was going to go, but that was fun. So there you go, Bowl TV. We got a little bit of everything going on here.
Yeah. Well, no more shenanigans. We've got a couple more games to go, and this is serious stuff now. From here on out.
All right, serious stuff. Here we go. All right, JT. We'll talk to you soon.
All right.
All right, Mr. Matt. We are finishing up game 6 across the house. Let's head over to 1 and 2. They still got some bowling going on here. And with that, we have another special guest on the way for you good folks, and another young man with ties to the International Training and Research Center, and potentially a fan of everything we watched last evening on Bowl TV at the Bowlers Journal Classic Stepladder Finals. Matt, are you ready to bring him in?
Absolutely. I know we're talking about fun characters. This guy I can relate to. Let's go.
All right. We're going to be bringing in Brian O'Keefe, Junior Team USA head coach, director of operations for McKendree University Bowling, and the biggest Buffalo Bills fan in the history of America. Brian O'Keefe, everybody.
What in living heck am I following?
That was excellent timing for you. I saw you pop in as soon as that kind of happened. And yeah, you were. I don't know if you were given the heads up that was going to happen, but yeah, you're up next.
All right, I'll try and top that. I'm not sure I can do that, but yeah, I'll give it a good old college try.
Speaking of college tries, we know that you were out on the lanes today with McKendree University. I believe that was it was the Maryville event, so I think pretty local for you guys. How did day one go for the Bearcats?
Well, we finished, which was great. Yeah. We struggled a little bit today, but it was just good to get back on the lanes. You know, it's been a long time. We were fortunate enough. The NCAA was fortunate enough to have a few events the first semester. We bowled in one of them, our host event back in October. And then so we had a big old break. And so this is our first tournament in a really long time. And let's just say, unfortunately, it showed a little bit. We struggled a little bit, but that's okay. A couple more days left. Pattern played pretty hard, but like I said, it was just good to get on the lanes and watch some bowling balls go down the lane. It's been a while.
Certainly so, and I'm sure you were tuned in yesterday to watch your wife, Shannon O'Keefe, win her 14th career PWBA Tour title.
Seriously?
Seriously, I know that happened, right?
I missed that. Dang.
I saw a post about it from you. I thought you watched, but
oh no, that was because she bowled well in league a few weeks ago. So I was just responding.
Oh, that's what it was. Yeah. All right, I got you. You got to work those in when you can for a good league session, of course. But I'm sure that had to be super exciting for you. I'm sure that never gets old as well. But just tell us how crazy you were going. We saw the video she posted a couple weeks ago of you getting excited for that 101-yard interception return for a touchdown for the Bills. But I assume you were dancing just about the same to see her take that victory yesterday.
Yeah, it honestly felt surreal. You know, we're in January, and so Shannon doesn't bowl in January. The only time Shannon bowls in January is for Team USA trials, which was unfortunately canceled. So Shannon only bowls from April until September. So we had practice session yesterday over in Missouri. So going over there to the practice session and coming back and then watching her bowl, it literally almost felt surreal. Like, was it really happening? So it's funny you mentioned that about the Buffalo Bills interception return for a touchdown. Shannon Flahowski, who is now the assistant coach at Nebraska, is at the tournament here and unfortunately not bowling at the ITRC, but she said the exact same thing. She was like, I saw how crazy you went for the touchdown. How crazy did you go in the 9th and 10th frame? And, believe it or not, well, you guys probably do know. I think you do know, but I tend to be a little on the superstitious side. And so after being on my feet quite a bit, and yesterday was a really long day, so I was just sitting in the recliner watching. And then the 9th and 10th frame, obviously the match didn't start off the way I was hoping. So it was kind of like, well, this is going to be a tough one to recover from. But, long story short, she throws like a 4-bagger, and then we're in the 9th and 10th to where now she's controlling her own destiny. And she strikes in the 9th, and I almost got up. And I was going to get up and like kind of do my typical thing, like on a big 3rd down play for the Buffalo Bills where I feel like I'm standing inside the television. I get really close. But then I was like, I haven't stood this whole time. I can't stand now. And thankfully, I made the right decision. So she has me to thank for the great shot in the 10th, the locking out Danielle, because it's all about my superstitions.
So it seems to be the process is pretty routine now with these events. Shannon puts on the purple jersey. She wins. We make her cry in the interview. And then the UPS guy delivers the trophy to the house, and then you get to spend the money, right? Is that pretty much that's about a third of the PWBA events now? It's a pretty flawless process.
Yeah, you did forget the step, which was go to Buffalo Wild Wings. That's always thrown in there before the trophy comes. It's always a Buffalo Wild Wings trip. So I'm excited for that. We'll myself and our girls team here at McHenry will be meeting Shannon down in Arlington next Thursday, next Wednesday, next Thursday. And so we'll go to Wild Wings either sometime, probably not that weekend because obviously whether we can get it to go, I guess, and get it takeout. But with COVID, there are a lot of safety protocols in place, so not eating out at restaurants too much for the team. But we'll either have it in Texas or when we return from Texas for sure.
There we go, and we're getting ready for Game 7 here of the ITRC Classic. And Brian, we mentioned at the top, you're pretty familiar with this place. I've spent a lot of time as the head coach of Junior Team USA. And we talked to Rod a little bit earlier today. We've talked to Lou. We've gotten a lot of great feedback about all the cool features of this facility. As the coach, getting to kind of use all these tools and technology, what are the favorite things you like about this place to be able to help your students improve their game?
Yeah, to kind of segue that just ever so slightly, excuse me, when I did work there before working at McHenry, Shannon would always want to practice on like the DVR or the playback pairs where you throw a shot and it's a 20-second delay, you turn around and watch it. And she got so used to that when we moved to Southern Illinois, it's the first thing we had to install for our kids. But I think it was more for Shannon than it was really for the kids. So obviously the playback loop is wonderful. It's pretty simple. It's not technology that we have to really control, but it's just it's such an effortless process where you don't have to worry about videotaping on your cell phone or grabbing an iPad or opening up a coaching app. It's just turn around and watch what happens. So something as simple as that kind of made us bring it to McHenry as well. And then I think Specto is hard to beat. Specto, it's incredible what it can do. Just all the data points, for the coach's side of Specto, there's 30 different data points that it can track. Some of the stuff I don't even know what it means, but it's just incredible to think that bowling's come that far. Think about bowling at its simplest level. You try and stay behind the black thing. They call that a foul line. And then you try and keep it out of the moat monsters. The moat monsters are these little half things. And then you just try and hit these wooden objects and hope that hopefully they deflect into others. And if you don't do it on the first try, you want to do it on the second. So to think we've come from that to having infrared sensors spin at like 200 frames a second and track RPMs and launch angles and entry angles and breakpoint distances, it's just incredible where the game has gone.
All right. Now, Brian, you were a huge part, again, of the success of the ITRC and becoming what it is and utilizing those tools, of course. And, it's been a while since you've been gone. But, what do you miss most about Arlington, about the ITRC, and about all the great teams and players that would come in to get better? And we talked to Rod about this, too, that it wasn't just about Team USA or junior team and collegiate bowling, but worldwide bowlers came to utilize those tools and the great coaches to get better, and then only raise the bar, which pushed all Team USA and everybody else to want to push harder too. That was such a long question. Brian fell asleep.
I think Brian might have froze on us here. We're going to go ahead and take him off for a second.
We need Jason Thomas to come and do a Brian voice.
We'll see if Brian can hop back in just a couple of seconds.
All right. He could have just said he didn't want to be interviewed by me, but instead, wow, I see how it is, Brian O'Keefe.
All right, Matt, game number 7 underway. It's going to be number crunching time pretty soon for us. We talked about that quite a bit throughout the course of the broadcast, and not only for the ITRC Classic, but the Hall of Fame Classic as well. Going to take the 9 games of qualifying from the Bowlers Journal Classic and the 9 games from the ITRC Classic, find the top 24 as we wrap this up to advance to, that's going to be Monday and Tuesday, the Hall of Fame Classic, the 25th and the 26th of January here, right here on Bowl TV, of course. And looks like we have Brian potentially hopping back in. He's here.
Great.
There he is.
My apologies. I don't know what happened there.
I just thought my question was too long, and you just fell asleep waiting for me to get to the end of it.
Well, I did take a quick nap. So I heard the first part of the question. What do I miss? What was the rest?
Really, there was that and just a bunch of drawn out extra stuff about the ITRC and just how special it is of a place and the opportunities that you had there to help shape so many bowlers from all around the world, not just Team USA, but all different countries and collegiate programs. And you played a huge role in the success of a lot of bowlers and their growth. And from the very beginning of what the ITRC is, you were there to help facilitate that and make it what it is and will be.
Yeah, I mean, the ITRC obviously has a very special place in my heart, not only from the Team USA side, but from my working time there. I was fortunate enough to work with some incredible people, to have a mentor like Rod Ross, what he did for my career, I don't know if I could ever repay. He basically, taught me the ropes of how to teach the sport of bowling. But then Kim Terrell-Kearney and Nick Karishny, Nick Bohannon, all the way to Park Wood. And if you remember Park Wood, the first mechanic that was inside the ITRC, we were just fortunate enough to have really special people. And honestly, that's what I miss the most is the bonds with the people. Getting to help people get better. I'm fortunate enough that I still do that every day, with the college team. So I don't miss that as much. But I do miss the bonds with the people. Some of my best friends. It's always great to get back to the ITRC, whether it be for junior Team USA camp or the adult Team USA camps that I've been a part of, or generally, outside of the COVID year when the Prairie View Invitational Collegiate NCAA event happens inside the ITRC. It's always great to get back. I feel like I have a little upper hand on some of the college teams because I know the facility so well. I can kind of go across the house and tell you what lanes do what pairs do what. And Shannon may have some of that information as well. So hopefully, some of that info helps her along these, for this week in competition.
And Brian, I know the Prairie View moving to USA Bowl in Dallas, I believe, this year from the ITRC, but we'll still be there. So we'll see you on Bowl TV. So we'll still be covering that event. So look forward to the opportunity to see not only you in person, but the Bearcats compete as well.
All right, that'll be great.
Now we do have an update of scores here after 6. We'll run through those really quickly here. Julia Bond has retaken the lead, now at plus 268 after 257 in game number 6, bouncing back after 191. Just 12 pins behind Shannon O'Keefe, who finished her block at plus 280. Brianna Cote at plus 229. She's been very good today, highlighted by that 290. Missy Parkin has slowed down a little bit, 202, 196 her last 2 games. She's at plus 211. Dasha Kovalova on the move, plus 208. Rocio Restrepo, currently the cut number in 12th place at plus 187. Jordan Richard just 5 pins behind, though, at plus 182. Sandra Gongora, plus 171. Jillian Martin with the big 278 at plus 139. Aaron McCarthy had 259 last game, plus 116. Sydney Brummett, plus 98. Ashley Galante, plus 79. Maria Balanova, plus 78. Carrie Smith, plus 72. And looking ahead to the Hall of Fame Classic. Now with just 3 games left to go. The cut number currently plus 168 for both events. That belongs to Angie Ramirez-Perea, who is already in the number. The first player out right now, Danielle McCune, but she put up 220 last game, so
wow.
It's 145. So she is in position to get that number. Once again, Angie already in the books. Danielle still on the lanes right now, so an opportunity for her to move up, but needs to have some consistency these last few games to make the cut to the top 24, which is, after leading or was second in qualifying at the Bowlers Journal Classic, just had some trouble matching up here in the early going at the ITRC Classic. 4 feet difference in length in the pattern. 43 here, 39 earlier. Now, Brian. Oh, go ahead, Matt.
I was going to ask Brian O'Keefe to kind of analyze what we're seeing a little bit. And, we got a 43-foot pattern here, a little bit lower on the volume side. Again, knowing the characteristics of the ITRC and the different types of oil and just considering the pattern, perhaps you even talked to Shannon before she got to get out there and bowl, strategy-wise, kind of what the plan of attack was going to be. And, we've heard from some of your co-workers and ball reps and friends out there. But any initial thoughts from you going into today? And then based on what you've seen in the few minutes you've been watching so far?
Honestly, Matt, not at all. Shannon and I really haven't talked about it at all. I asked her last night when I talked to her after she won, I said, what were you feeling on this pattern? She said, I felt good as long as I just keep my angles in front of me. And that was it. I didn't even see the pattern. I knew it was 43 feet, but I didn't know the volume. I didn't know the volume today until Shannon Plahowski actually mentioned something about it being a lower volume. But what are we seeing? We're seeing some strikes, my friend. That's what we're seeing. I don't care what pattern they put out to go across the ITRC and strike as much as like Liz Johnson did today for the first 8 games. I mean, it is not easy. 1 and 2, the pair we're watching right now, that pair can go somewhere else in my book. That's my least favorite pair in the facility. It's just a hard pair. Lane 1's got some really weird carry when you play the middle of the lane. It's almost like your ball's trying to hook uphill. And you see lots of like 8-10s, people like Derek Oaf. For some people in the chat or some people at home may know that name. Derek Oaf does an 8-10, and I've seen him 8-10 on that lane. Myself, I strap it, but no. But you just see weird pin carry on that lane in particular. 2's okay, but lane 1's just funky. And then 5 and 6 generally plays pretty different. 6 tends to be quite a bit tighter than lane 5. More when you're playing to the right than necessarily the middle of the lane, but still, going across the house is not an easy thing to do. So to see these girls strike that much, that's impressive.
When we had Rod on a little bit earlier today, he mentioned how each pair kind of had its own personality, and we've always heard about the little differences from lane to lane, pair to pair. But I felt that was the perfect way to sum it up, just even based off of talking to the players this week, talking to the ball reps. But each lane has its own personality, and you're not going to like every personality you find in there.
Yeah, that's for sure. And yeah, lane 1's personality is not for me.
I think that's where Matt shot 300, though, right?
That was one of the pairs, yes.
I will say that the left side at the ITRC has never been all that horrible. I'll say
that has to be the reason, obviously. I mean, you see me throw the ball, so it has to be.
Yeah, you obviously didn't bowl well that night. I mean, that can't happen.
100%. I'm not disagreeing.
So if I can sidetrack the discussion really quick. So what are the odds that Kristen Warzinski wins the lesson?
That was something else. Lou and Matt were talking, and obviously we know Kristen from her time working at USBC. And that was definitely a fun announcement. I know she's, I believe, up in Michigan nowadays, but hopefully she gets to take advantage of that. But pretty crazy indeed.
That's right. I mean, it's like a blast from the past name. I haven't heard it in a while, and I'm like, what the heck? Kristen just won the lesson. Good for her.
Hey, once a bowling fan, always a bowling fan. That's it. And we appreciate her and everybody else joining us on Bowl TV. And even as well as she knows us, she still tunes in. She's probably on the other channels where she cannot hear us talk, but still tuned in to a point to be able to win. Cool stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I've been trying to win, but I can't win. I mean, I tried to win the PS12 or whatever you guys gave away last night. I tried to win the bowling ball. I tried to win the lifelong membership to subscription to Bowler's Journal. I just couldn't win anything last night, but I kept trying.
Well, I think your wife did enough winning for both of you.
Yeah, that's true. We can afford to pay the Bowler's Journal subscription now.
And we do have a policy: only one O'Keefe can win per day. So it's written. It's very small print in the PWBA rules.
Oh, I didn't see that part.
Yeah. That's because you need a new prescription.
That's true.
Only Matt Cannizzaro, folks, would bring it around full circle like that. That's what you get here on Bull TV. Full circle, Matt Cannizzaro.
That's true. Matt, you're looking wonderful, by the way, buddy. Nice and dapper. You're looking thin. You're looking like 18 years old again.
I appreciate that. I feel 18 years old, and looking forward to our next trip when we can celebrate all of our success in surviving 2020.
I know. That's just come quickly, please.
So we did see the news the other day. Not to sidetrack to talk about your other job as the Junior Team USA head coach, but the World Championships and the World Juniors, right? Sidetracked now to or sidelined until 2022. So we have another year to prepare and plan our overtaking of Sweden, because that's where we're headed.
Yeah, I got wind of that. I was unaware if that was actually public knowledge or not, but yeah, I did get wind of that. So it's unfortunate. It just is what it is, right? We always talk about in Team USA, you got to expect the unexpected. When we go to other countries, you got to be prepared that not everything is like it is in the States. Cultures are different. Lots of things are different. And man, if the year 2020 didn't teach us to expect the unexpected, I don't know what did. So, unfortunately for the team, they're going to have to wait another year when it comes to the World Championships. But we'll be there when it finally does happen in 2022. And hopefully I'm there, and hopefully you're there, and hopefully we win lots of medals.
Well, the good news is that it's only 2 years away. That means that Jillian Martin's still in the conversation for making that trip. She stick around the team for a little bit longer. But what about her performance so far this week as one of your young proteges now?
Yeah, she'll be around in 2 years, and then like 5 years after that. I mean, she 11 now? Is Jillian 11 bowling this event? She's incredible. I mean, I don't know the superlatives you could say about how poised she is, and obviously the physical tools that she can do to a bowling ball are stuff that some people will say are God-given. It's not even stuff you really teach. Some people are just meant to throw a bowling ball, and it looks like little Miss Jillian was meant to throw a bowling ball. But beyond that, I'll go back to the last time we had a junior team when she was 14, I believe, and she wanted to bowl the under 20 division at Junior Gold because that was the only way that she could qualify for Junior Team USA. What 14-year-old thinks I'm going to bowl up not one division, I'm going to bowl up two divisions because I want to be on not the developmental Team USA, I want to be on the real deal Junior Team USA. And she let it. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, just incredible. Like I said, we're very fortunate in our country to have lots of Jillian Martins out there. Really, from a recruiting standpoint, I get to see them all with McHenry. So there's incredible talent coming up the pipeline that a lot of people at home may not know yet, but trust me, they'll know in the near future.
Well, don't sell yourself short. I think being coached by Brian O'Keefe is a huge selling point as well.
Yeah, sure.
I tried.
Yeah, thank you, man. I appreciate it.
Brian, I was going to save this one up, but I believe our good buddy Rob Gottschall is tuned in right now, and he just wants to know, how about them Buffalo Bills?
Man, talk about doesn't even feel like it's real. Shannon winning a PWBA tournament, I mean, she's won like 6 of the last 14 events she's bowled, so I should be used to that. But the Buffalo Bills making the playoffs, okay, that's become a little bit of a thing here over the last 4 years. But the Buffalo Bills actually like having a chance to make some noise in the playoffs. Man, I was your age the last time that happened. I was a smooth 21 years old the last time they were actually ready to make a splash. For those that aren't aware, I mentioned my superstitions. Out there in the living room, the Christmas tree is still up and roaring. The stockings are hung on the chimney with care. I have wrapping paper behind me here. If you can see it right here, nothing has moved. The Buffalo Bills have not lost since we put up Christmas. Therefore, Christmas does not come down until the Buffalo Bills are defeated.
So, Aaron, we actually did. We had a Team USA trip to Colombia one year during football season. It just so happened that we had all 3 Buffalo Bills fans on that trip.
Really funny, all 3. Funny.
Brian O'Keefe, John Zerbinski, and Rob Gottschall. And the whole time, everybody thought they were wearing the Team USA colors, but they actually were wearing their Buffalo Bills clothes all through Colombia. And watching the game, they had it up on the TV, and even the Domino's pizza, red, white, and blue. That's what we ate for the entire week. Superstition to the max for Mr. O'Keefe.
Yeah, I mean, let's give it to the Colombian Domino's, Matt. To be honest, it's some of the best pizza I've ever had, the Colombian Domino's. But yeah, that was an incredible trip, an incredible week with you and all the guys on Team USA, followed by the girls on Adult Women Team USA. And I think the Bills won that game. They were playing the lowly New York Jets. Can I say that? Can I say the word lowly in front of New York Jets? But I'm pretty sure they won that game. One of the 5 they won that year, because that's pretty much what Buffalo's done since the late 90s, is averaged about 5.5 wins a season. But yeah, it's been incredible. I pinch myself. I've been listening to a lot of talk radio. I've been listening to a lot of little shout out to WGR, the radio station in Buffalo, New York, for Buffalo Sabres and Buffalo Bills talk radio, sports talk. I've been getting on the treadmill so much so one day, this is kind of funny, I lost track of time, and I looked down at my watch, and it was 2 hours and 40 minutes later, and I had walked 12 and a half, 13 miles just from listening to Bills talk. Needless to say, my feet and my calves hurt like a Dickens the next day.
Right, and now all of that's at number 2 behind your Bull TV time, right? Of course.
Oh, yeah, obviously. If Bull TV's on, I'm watching it. There's no doubt about that.
We appreciate that.
Yeah, to listen to the sweet sounds of Aaron and Matthew and all your guests, Bernie Sanders included. I can't believe you guys got him here with his gloves and everything. I mean, just what a day it's been.
We fast-tracked his COVID test, and all is well in the world, and it was very entertaining.
Yeah, the saliva comment got a chuckle out of me. I have to admit it. That was a good one, Matt. Well done.
So he got there just in time to see Aaron McCarthy stuff an 8-pin too. We didn't get to talk about it, but I mean, it was. You can see his eyes get real big when she left it for sure.
Yeah, the 8-pin. Yeah, those happen. Those happen at the training center quite a bit actually too. We saw a couple last night. One from Shan, and then one from Danielle on the same lane.
Going to have a pretty big moment here, and hopefully the 8-pin decides to stay away. Jillian Martin is making her run, a chance at 2:58 here, stepping up in the 10th frame on lane 6. We've, Brian, as you said, we've used all the words to describe her that you can possibly use when someone is a great, phenomenal young phenom. And Jillian has showed that continuously here over and over and over again. And after a I want to say it was 79, 78. 278. After 258 the game before it, she's looking at another 258. So quick math, that is potentially just under 800.
Also, the last 3, she's bowled 250, 270, 250.
If she gets 2 more strikes, it'd be 58, 78, 58.
Wow. Yeah, she ain't afraid to throw them. You can see it. I mean, she's, like I said, she's incredible. Just another one down the line that, is hopefully going to, more than likely, represent our country and hopefully win us some medals in the future.
Yeah, Aaron, did you also get a chuckle when you heard the notification that our next guest has shown up in the waiting room?
I did. I was curious whoever it could be.
And of course, all the folks that they can't see on the screen here, but in our waiting room, it says underneath the person's picture who we have. We have Matt Canizaro, Aaron Smith again, because he's got multiple computers because he's the man and the producer. Inside the ITRC, Brian O'Keefe, and then finally joining us in the waiting room is Brian's wife.
Can the spotlight ever be on me for more than 3 seconds? My gosh, woman.
Oh, you miss me.
Hi, babe.
Hi.
It's Brian's sugar mama, Shannon O'Keefe.
He knows. He knows.
Yeah, Daddy needs a new pair of shoes, guys. Come on.
Unrelated, real quick. Somehow Jillian Martin just left an 8-pin after I said that.
Yeah.
Aaron.
What did I
stop.
do? What did I do?
You just can't. You just have to watch. You can't actually talk. You just have to just watch.
I'm terrible at this commentating thing. I just gotta be a watcher from now on. I'm just gonna sit here like.
The good news is our replacements have arrived, so we can both back out slowly.
Yeah.
And it's Brian and Brian's wife taking over for the next 2 games.
See, yeah, finally somebody called her by her rightful name, Brian's wife. You know, funny story here, Matt, real quick. So when I did bowl, you know, granted, I was decent for a short, brief moment in history. And when that moment happened, when I was decent at the game of bowling, when I started to date Shannon, believe it or not, she was known as Brian O'Keefe's girlfriend. There was a short time when that was true. And now I'm either known as Shannon O'Keefe's husband, or unfortunately, a few times I've been called Shannon O'Keefe's dad. Those aren't quite as flattering, but, you know, I guess I got to take it, you know, with a grain of salt.
True.
The gray goatee and no hair and 30 pounds overweight will kind of do that to me, I guess.
Well, another couple hours on the treadmill, you'll be all set.
That's true. Just need the Bills to win again this weekend. No, that'll get me at least another 10 hours on the treadmill.
So what you should be asking Brian when it comes to his superstition is, Brian, I think we need a little more work on your Friday McKendree coaching outfit.
What?
So you know what I'm getting at is Brian is so superstitious that, like, once our girls have a really good day, he'll remember what outfit he wore down to his socks and shoes, and then
I take pictures.
Yeah, he'll take, and then he'll pack that exact outfit for the next event. And so at the end of the season last year, our girls were such a well-oiled machine that he had me doing it too, and we were only packing those specific outfits. And it wasn't until like maybe a month ago that you finally unpacked your postseason McKendree bag. Like,
yeah,
it was still just sitting there.
Yeah, because when the whole COVID thing happened, you know, from when they canceled the NCAAs for the remainder of the season, and when unfortunately we had to cancel sectionals for USBC Collegiate, we were getting on a bus later that day. So my bag was already packed. And I don't know why I didn't unpack it for that long, but it almost felt like I couldn't. You know, it was like if I unpacked it, I was almost showing that actually happened. And unfortunately, we didn't get a chance to, you know, win some more titles. So, yeah, that bag stayed packed until about a month and a half ago. No, it was a little longer than that. It stayed packed until October in our host tournament. So, yeah, when we actually had another collegiate tournament.
Yeah, when you needed to find your shoes again.
You mentioned earlier that today maybe didn't go as well. Somebody also told us that today was probably Friday, so perhaps a quick stop at Macy's on the way home, or have Taylor pick out another outfit, because today's Friday outfit needs to be replaced immediately.
Yeah, for the most part, you know, the last couple of years, our Fridays and Saturdays for our McKendree women's team in particular have been incredible. So I've had a nice, solid thing, but you know, it is 2021, so this little thing, I don't know, this probably won't even burn it. But yeah, you know, sometimes it's the shoes. You know, for one of my good buddies that I used to rep with named Sean Ryan, you know, for Sean, it's all about the shoes. You know, for me, I think it's more about my pullovers and
socks. Your socks.
Yeah, my socks, pullovers, and maybe the undies too. Yeah.
Yeah, so a couple of years ago, our girls were bowling in the ITRC, and they were bowling a tournament. And he got brand new shoes, and he was wearing them. And our girls started out the day lose, and he walked to the van and changed his shoes.
That's citation right there.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm not going to be the one that causes these things to happen.
Yeah, he's doing it for the girls. Like, they don't even realize what he goes through for them.
Well, and the upside of the school being supported by Under Armour too, right? So supply of shoes in the van.
Oh yeah,
Nice.
yeah. Just like Alabama football or Duke basketball, we just have like a whole locker room full of Under Armour shoes at our disposal whenever we'd like.
Well, you would think so if you looked at my closet, Bri. How many pairs of sneakers do I have? Like 30?
Yeah, 29 too many.
Well, Shannon, now that you've joined the show, first and foremost, nice bowling today. Continue the momentum from yesterday's win. We've been watching this pattern quite a bit today. We've seen some high scores. Just what was your impression throughout the course of the block?
I felt like it was a very easy transition. I got a little tied up in game 7 and was able to just kind of gut it out and throw like the last 4 strikes to get to 190, and then I made a ball change. But I mean, it just seemed like it was a very easy progression to make. Like I started sliding around like 23, 24, so pretty close to yesterday. My eyes were a little tighter. I just was really trying to be a little softer and keep my hand under it. And from there, I just, was making those parallel moves left. And once that track to the right really opened up, I was able to open my angles ever so slightly. But, you guys have talked about it quite a bit today about how challenging they are from lane to lane. And not just pair to pair, but lane to lane. But I feel like I've bowled in here so much. And even just this week, the characteristics that I've seen for years, and I'm seeing the same things. And so I'm already kind of prepared when I go to a pair what I might see. I don't make the move until I throw 2 good shots. And then, if it goes wide on one lane, which is, what I've experienced before, then it's very easy to make that move. But it felt very easy to strike today. Had a little bit of hold, and then like I said, everyone kind of blew open that track, and so if you missed a little bit right, it would pick up off of it. So I felt like it was pretty easy to get to the pocket. It was just a matter of carry for the most part. And again, like in transition, if you weren't, like I fell behind the move. But once I, made that jump to get back on the other side of it, then again, it felt very easy. So if you're not in the right part of the lane, I can see how they're going to feel really, really challenging. On top of that, having the lane characteristics, per se, personality in there. But yeah, I felt like it was pretty easy. It was pretty awesome to see Liz strike like Liz does. She was always a few pair away from me, but man, her strikes were loud today. So it was easy to notice what she was doing. I'm not much of a scoreboard watcher, but you can't ignore, like, she's never throwing her spare ball. So she's striking a ton. And I could see Stephanie a pair to the right of me. And so I could see her striking a lot as well, which I was very happy to see that. I was rooting for Steffi. So it's really cool to see those 2 girlies do what they did today.
We're going to get back to the action here as well. Things are getting close. This is game 8. So not only are we looking at the ITRC Classic, but the top 24 for the Hall of Fame Classic. And I think we're going to find Danielle McHugh in this game. She's had some struggles, and she was kind of on the cusp of the top 24. So let's take a look into lanes 11 and 12 as they get underway. She's being joined by Carrie Smith and Maria Bolanova.
Is that how you say your name? I always thought it was Bolanova.
I thought that as well, and then between working with Josie Barnes and a few other folks, Emil Williams, always very passionate about making sure we get names right. Unfortunately, I feel there were several times when she was on the all-tournament team at the Prairie View A&M Invitational. I would get caught up in the moment because I kept practicing it over and over in my head, and I would always revert back to that. But I think I've gotten to the point where I got the syllables of it correctly So hopefully, if I am having trouble with it, Maria will come and let me know some point on tour. But yes, I've between Josie and Josie's helped us with that, and then asking teammates along the way too. So Bolanova, I believe, is the correct way to pronounce it, but we will know for sure.
Yeah, I believe you are correct, Bolanova.
My feet really. My feet is already has gotten really bad all of a sudden, so I'm gonna like dip out and try to reconnect.
All right, no problem, Shannon.
See, the O'Keefe wireless is just not where it should be. You know what I actually think is happening is that we have the hotspot in the building, and it turned on, I think, out in the other room because we we got to live stream our bowling, so all the parents at home can watch and everything, and all of our fans can watch our team's bowl. And so I think I'm getting kicked off of our home Wi-Fi and getting connected to Shannon's Mama Bearcat hotspot. So I apologize. That's the second time now.
Oh, no worries.
Yeah.
No worries.
You got another 10 grand in the bank account, so go ahead and get that upgraded, huh?
Well, I think Uncle Sam will take some of that.
All right, folks, it looks like we do have some scores coming in after 7, so we will run those down momentarily with you.
Yeah, before you do that, Aaron, if I can, what do the kids call it? Well, I don't even know if I can say it, actually. So if I can just point out one thing, Matt, you talked about the pair you've bowled 300 on. Well, one of the pairs that I've bowled 300 on in the building is 11 and 12. So I always thought this was a really good pair. I always have lane 11 a little tighter than lane 12. That's always what they were like for me.
So there we go. Some great insight to the pair. We talked about the personalities. And right now, the personality of A Squad belongs to Julia Bond. She continues to lead, but fell off that last game, 177, but still holding on to the top spot for A Squad in 5th place overall at plus 245. Rocio Restrepo continues her strong run here at plus 233 now. Dasha Kovalova, 224 last game to get to plus 232. Brianna Cote plus 228. Missy Parkin, after the amazing start, has gone 202, 196, 191. She's at plus 202. And the cut at the moment belongs to Lily Robles, who bowled earlier today. She's at plus 192. The first player out, Jillian Martin, after that 258, 278, 248 with my 8-pin jinx on her, is at plus 187. So she would have been in the cut number without that. Sandra Gongora plus 185. About 30 pins after that, Jordan Richard at plus 156. Sydney Brummett plus 113. Maria Bolanova at plus 111. We mentioned Danielle was having some struggles today. She is currently at minus 37 this block, but her last 2 games, 220 and 213. Hopefully getting her in the right direction.
Aaron, if I can interject really quick, I find that incredibly, incredibly surprising. And I don't know what's going on. I've unfortunately didn't get to watch hardly at all until you guys have brought me on. But if there's one thing that Danielle is usually really good at doing, it's keeping the ball in front of her or keeping her angles kind of shut down. And, when you're bowling on 43 feet, generally you just want to play the hold. You're not really going to try and play the friction all that much. And so I'm incredibly surprised. I don't know, some of it's execution, some of it's ball motion, a little bit of everything. But just as talented of a player she is, anytime you see Danielle struggle, if Danielle goes 30 under on the U.S. Open pattern, you're surprised, let alone when the scoring pace is what it is and she's struggling to find it. It just goes to show you guys how fickle our game, our sport can be. Nobody's exempt to having that day. I don't care if your name's Danielle. I don't care if your name's Shannon. I don't care if your name's Belmo. Nobody's exempt to having that day on the lanes. And unfortunately for Danielle, she's going to have to turn in gear here to even make that Hall of Fame Classic, which, like you said, after 2 days ago's qualifying, man, would anybody have guessed that she would be on the outside looking in with just a few games to go?
Yeah, that's I think arguably the biggest surprise that we've seen so far. We're still waiting for an update after 16, just to have the official scores. But looking at some of the bigger names outside of the top 24, who have historically been very solid. Sydney Brummett won as well. She's having a little bit better day today, but she was minus at the Bowlers Journal Classic. She's plus 98 today, plus 57 overall, but she's got a bit of a ways to go to get to that number Angie's at right now, plus 168. That was after 15. So, Danielle gained some room with that 213, so she's actually at plus 158. So she's only 10 pins back of that cut number. But once again, still surprising to see.
What's the numbers right behind her that are still sort of active, I guess you could say, or still live numbers?
Sure. The active numbers, once again, through 15. Oh, no. Now we got through 16. Let's go. All right. Right now for active numbers, let's see. 24th is Angie Ramirez-Perea. It's still at plus 168. Valerie Bercier, who's on the lanes right now, is at plus 169. So she's had a little bit rough day, but she's been maintaining. But currently in the number. Looking next player looking up the standings is Jordan Richard at plus 210. But looking below, Sydney Brummett is at plus 72 now. Jacqueline Evans at plus 60. Carrie Smith at plus 22. So those are really the only players behind Danielle at this point, looking to make a run. And when you look at the dead numbers in the field already, from Angie's 168, it goes all the way down to plus 25. So there's really no opportunity for anyone from the earlier squad to benefit from Danielle or a few other folks, or even Valerie falling out of the top 24.
Sure.
But it's a matter of Danielle. And, when you think, okay, only 10 pins the next few games, that shouldn't be too crazy. But, the struggles are certainly surprising. And we'll see if she can get it figured out here in the next couple of games. We did get a note from Jason that Brian's wife will not be returning to the broadcast for this evening. So potentially some internet issues there, but we do appreciate her for stopping by for a quick second. And we got to learn so much about superstitions as well. So, yeah,
I'm not proud of it, quite honestly. I really get quite frustrated with it because, I feel like I can't do anything. Like if I do something a certain way, I'm absolutely stuck doing it. So much so that I mentioned the wrapping paper behind me right here, that when I knew I was going to be on and I could see myself, I saw that the wrapping paper was there and I was going to move it. But then I thought, it's been there the whole time. I can't move that away. Right? I swear to you, that's what I thought of because of the Buffalo Bills. It's just crazy how much of a lunatic I am, really, for lack of a better term. I need some help. I need some professional help.
So one extra phone call to Brian Kane or Dr. Dean, and it'll get you all straightened out. Next time Sandy's on, just take over.
Yeah, trust me. I have Dr. Dean on speed dial. Don't you worry about that. Yeah, so even, like you said, Danielle, it's kind of in her hands, right? Couple games ago, 10 pins out. This game, to my knowledge, I think she's got a couple holes here and no doubles. So she's on 170 pace here. That is not going to help her cause. But even if she does, find a way to, get into that number, she's going to have a lot of work to do, after the cut to try and make her way up to the top of the leaderboard. Which she could do. Wouldn't surprise me. Seen Stranger Things.
Certainly so. Let's take a quick look around the house as well to see potentially some other folks making a move. And, we've talked about her a lot, but Jillian Martin is just continuing to do things that 16-year-olds typically do not do. Let's head over to her pair real quick. She's on lanes 5 through 8. Looks like JT might be ready to hop in as well. We'll bring in JT first before the switch.
Yeah, I just want to say one thing, guys. This event, which is a brand new event, we've never done it before, and the Queens are similar in that it's the worst possible cut for you to miss. And the reason the Hall of Fame Classic cut is the worst cut to miss is because all the pins drop. So if you're 24th, you're leading.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was unaware of that, JT. I didn't know that.
So it's you miss that cut by 2 pins, you're gonna be suicidal. I mean, it's just a brutal cut to miss.
Oh yeah, my apologies for not looking at the the format of the event. It shows you I've been a little busy, but I don't even know the format. I just assumed it was carrying over. So my apologies. Like you said, yeah, for sure. Then if for some reason Danielle can't find her way into the top 24, yeah, she's going to be kicking herself for sure. Because you go from just really quickly, you go for tied for the lead.
Yeah. And then just like the Queens, you qualify 64th, you're just as good as first. You got a chance.
Most certainly. Well, thanks for correcting my.
That's all I got.
Yeah, thanks for correcting my ignorance, JT. I appreciate it.
Because I'm used to being corrected all day by not updating the game graphic or getting the magic number wrong or any other number of things that I've messed up today. Except for the Bernie Sanders thing, that actually turned out pretty well.
Brian, this is your opportunity to grill JT on the whole experience. He didn't know what he was walking into afterwards. He literally entered the backstage area, I think, as we were going to that shot. So he walked right into his time here on Bowl TV, taking all that in.
Yeah, I was a little unsure. I thought maybe I entered the wrong studio per se. But then I heard Matt's saliva comment about firing through his COVID, and I knew I was in the right place. But yeah, I mean, JT, just great job on you to get that pulled off.
Yeah,
I knew you knew some people in high places. I was well aware of that, but I didn't know you went that high up the ladder, the command.
Yeah, but you always know you're in the right place when Matt's talking about saliva.
Yeah, for sure. Saliva or all-you-can-eat buffets, that you're in the right place.
Yeah, right. Yeah. On his way out, Bernie wanted to make sure to remind you guys to pay your taxes, right? Pay that $10,000. His ears perked up, right? He's like, "Oh, it's $10,000." They remind them to pay their taxes, right? I can't really do a good impersonation, but he also wanted to say how much he loves Bowl TV. New subscriber.
Yeah, well, it was evident. It was evident.
Yeah. So anyway, back to the lanes. Enjoy the rest of the action.
All right, thanks, JT. So we have moved over to lanes 5 through 8, keeping an eye once again on Jillian Martin, the 16-year-old Phenom Junior Team USA member who shot 299 in match play at the Bowlers Journal Classic on her way to an 8th place finish, and right now is on the cusp of making the cut here at the ITRC Classic for back-to-back match play rounds, not only as an amateur, but once again, as a high schooler. She had stats homework, Brian, between match play rounds to make a stepladder final.
Yeah, I mean, don't we all, Aaron? Don't we all have stats homework? Yeah, I mean, what can you say? Like I said, what can you say?
Putting together another great game here is, by all accounts, she's going to be in the number heading into this final game. She's going to be definitely joining us at the Hall of Fame Classic, but yeah, back-to-back match play cuts would be something else. And Brian, it looks like we got another episode or another edition of This Is Your Life about to join the broadcast here. So please say hello to Mike Flanagan.
Hi, Brian.
Oh, hey there, Mike. How are you, fine pal?
Doing well. How are you, fine pal?
I'm doing well. Just watching a little bowling. I hadn't had enough, so I figured I'd come and watch a little more.
Yeah, I've been listening to your spiel, and then how you got Johnny big time to buy your wife.
Yeah, that's how we work. That shouldn't be surprising.
No, I just wanted to say hi to you. That's all.
No, well, it's nice to see that you're out and about and not stuck in the room. That's got to be fun.
Yeah, it is nice. Protected, of course.
Oh, of course, yes.
So you going to get a W this weekend?
Who?
Well, I guess you got 2 W's, right?
Well, three.
Three technically, yeah.
Yeah. If you're talking about the wife, that would be absolutely incredible.
No, it's 4.
Yeah, multiple terms. You're right. So to get one more out of the wife would be just crazy. To get one out of Sunday at 5:40 Central Standard Time, that would be next level. I can't even imagine. I don't want to go there. And to get one Sunday around 1:30 or 2 o'clock Central Standard Time, that would be awesome as well. That's going to take a little work over the next couple days to make sure we're ready for that to happen.
What would you do if you swept everything? What if Shannon won this event, won the next event? You guys swept the college tournament and the Bills won. What would you do?
Go to Disneyland? I mean, I don't know. Yeah, we'll take it one at a time here. We'll take a good day on the lanes tomorrow for both Shannon Mack and for the Lady Bearcat. And then if that goes all well, then we'll look ahead to Sunday.
Okay. Well, I'm going to leave now. I just wanted to say hi and catch up with you and let you guys get back to your commentary.
Well, it's always a pleasure, Mike. Thanks for stopping in, and thanks for letting me be part of the show.
Thanks, Mike. All right. As we get down to the nitty-gritty here, Matt Cannizzaro, a man of many talents, is going to start working on the press release today about the qualifying block in the top 12 and the top 24 for the Hall of Fame Classic. So Matt's going to step away for a moment here as well to begin taking care of that for tonight for everyone to consume a little bit later on PWBA.com and Bowl.com. So, Matt, any parting words for you?
I appreciate this opportunity to party with you and Brian O'Keefe and Brian's wife and Bernie and everybody. And I will be back, Brian. It's all yours right now. Get your calculator ready. Aaron's about to put you to work as we crunch some numbers. So good luck and enjoy.
Hey, if there's one thing I feel pretty confident about, it's bowling math. You mentioned statistics earlier, not so good. But the bowling math side of things, yeah, The issue is I'm struggling. I don't know if people at home are struggling as well, but I'm struggling to see the scores. There's a bad glare. I don't know if it's just that I'm 46 and I have bad vision.
It's from your forehead on reflecting off the screen. That's all it is.
Yeah. Some people would say uncalled for, but whatever. It's your choice.
It's all good. I'm 100% statistically sound that you got this under control. Get your lucky scarf. You can take care of it. I'll be back.
Okay.
All right. We'll see you soon, Maddie.
Sure.
All right, Brian, are you up for the task of crunching some numbers? Of course, if you got to get out, we understand that as well. But
no,
if we can have you, we'd love to.
Yeah, I'm here because, if I leave you here, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go in the other room where it's playing on my television where Taylor Bailey and a few family friends are watching. So that's all I'm going to do is go out there and do the same thing and watch it. So I'd love to help you out.
All right. And we'll have JT coming in back and forth, helping with the numbers as well. So it's going to be wild and hectic, kind of looking, we do have live scoring available for all the folks at home who kind of want to jump back and forth. If you're watching one particular channel on Bowl TV, kind of like we are right now, it's been pretty awesome. But looking at Danielle over on 11 and 12, she responded after that slow start with a 4-bagger.
Okay.
Frames 5 through 8. So an opportunity to get to 235, which would put her safely into that number for the Hall of Fame Classic. But I'm excited to see these standings after this next game for the ITRC Classic. It's kind of only 2 or 3 players for the Hall of Fame Classic. We thought that might have a little more drama, but Jillian Martin once again in the mix. A few other players hovering around it. A lot of strikes up on the board. It's going to be some good stuff here heading into the final game, folks. And we have one more giveaway to go too. So
yes, can I be a part? Where do I click?
Oh, it's not yet. I'll let you know when.
Okay.
We could do it together. We could let the let the people know together that's going on. And then if you win, then that's going to look really shady between the both of us. But we have the ability to like go off the screen. It'll be like we're not even here. So
yeah, that's true. Yeah, we don't want to make people upset. That's for sure. You talked about Danielle putting together a nice little 4-bagger. The very last shot before we switched over to Jillian here, I noticed that she switched balls. It looked like she was maybe throwing an IQ-ish type ball, and looked like she balled up to an idle, which is a little bit earlier, a little bit smoother, a little more flare, so a little more hook. So that was obviously probably a good ball change. Probably just went and started up, got the ball picking up a little bit earlier, so it allowed her to keep it in the oil a little bit longer and not have to use the friction as much. That's at least my big thing when I watch patterns like this is the more you can play the oil line. The oil line is predictable. Friction is harder to predict. Any small adjustment with your hand, if you catch it a little more, catch it a little less, throw it a little harder, throw it a little softer, friction, it's going to make the ball respond differently. So the more you can keep the ball in the oil, the more predictable ball reaction you're going to have.
All right, as we wrap up here, Jillian Martin, a big 236, which should put her within the number. Let's go ahead and take a look at Danielle, because she did find some trouble in the 9th frame, had an open. So we'll go ahead and make our way back to 11 and 12 to see her 10th frame. Now a chance just to get to 201, which would still leave her just a tad short.
So you kiboshed her is what you're saying again, Aaron?
I unintentionally, of course, but it's one of the storylines right now, so we have to talk about it. But chance to still get to 201, keep it within a small margin, and then essentially it becomes pretty simple math at that point. Once we get there, I'm curious what Valerie was doing this game. Let's see if we can find her on live scoring. And Valerie's going 220s this game, so she's going to create a little distance there. She's going to get into the plus 180. Let's see, where was she at? I have too many screens open right now, Brian. This is an issue for me.
I know. You're a man of many talents and many tasks, so I'm sure it is.
But if she shoots 228, she gets the plus 197, so she would have essentially 30 pins to work with heading into that final game ahead of the number. Once again, Angie Ramirez-Perea, plus 168, already in the books with her 18 games of qualifying for the Hall of Fame Classic. But Danielle McEwen stepping up here on the left lane, lane 11, looking for a big double to keep it within reasonable distance.
Hey, Aaron, do you happen to know offhand where she goes next?
Oh, actually, I do. I have this technology. Let me put it to use here. Give me 1 second. We got the pairings right here. Let me try this other computer real quick.
Sure. Yeah, well, that shot didn't look very good either. That ball was not really trying to go very far, go any places there for Danielle.
All right, she's going to go at 5 and 6 for this last game, Brian.
Okay, 5 and 6. That's a pretty decent pair in the middle of the lane, I think. Like I said, lane 6 tends to play tight when you're playing to the right, but the middle of the lane seems to be okay. I think 6 overall is just tighter generally, so be interesting to see if they're still playing like that. Because when you start playing these really not steep angles, but these really deep inside angles, some of the characteristics that I would know a little bit more frequently, there's not many times that I'm laying it on the left gutter and fading it back from 27, when we're bowling league. So most of the characteristics that I'm aware of are from the middle of the lane and right, the fourth arrow and right, not necessarily left of it. So sometimes, they can change when you get way over there. So it'll be interesting to see, but I would still think when she goes there that more than likely lane 5 probably be a little more. That's just my novice opinion from Shiloh, Illinois.
And an opportunity here with the spare to go to the bag once again. And
yeah, I didn't love the way that one looked, from a coaching perspective. It's tough for me to watch this and not put my coaching hat on, but she did throw a 4-bagger with it, but it didn't look wonderful.
That shot will get her to a 190, so she's going to drop another 10. So heading into the final game, Danielle McCune is going to be 20 pins back of Angie Ramirez-Perea for the final spot. Obviously, some other movers and shakers in that, but those are the primary players. There we go. That's tough to do after a long day sometimes, Brian. Those repetitive words get me from time to time. But what do you say we take a quick break just to rest up as we get ready for Game 9? We'll start on 5 and 6, kind of see Danielle start, and once we get some scores, we'll start jumping around, seeing how folks are doing as they make their way towards the ITRC Classic cut line.
Sounds wonderful, Aaron.
All right, folks, we'll be right back for the final game of qualifying here at the ITRC Classic. So hang tight. Myself and Brian, JT as well, will be right back here on Bowl TV. Welcome back, everybody, to the PWBA ITRC Classic taking place at the International Training and Research Center, also known as the ITRC, in Arlington, Texas. My name is Aaron Smith with Bull TV, PWBA, USBC Communications. This is the final game of qualifying for the ITRC Classic. We're going to know our top 12 for match play tomorrow, which will begin at 11 a.m. Eastern. 2 rounds, 6 games each. After 12 games, the top 4 will advance to the stepladder finals. And while we're also doing this, it's going to be a crazy excitement, folks, as we also look at the cut line for the Hall of Fame Classic, which will take place Monday and Tuesday. The 18 total games of qualifying between the Boulder Center Classic and the ITRC Classic determine the top 24 for that event. So a lot to break down here. I'm going to bring in my guest who's been joining us for the last few games, Junior Team USA head coach, Director of Bowling Operations with McKendree, all-around great guy, Brian O'Keefe.
Thank you, Aaron. Thank you. Pleasure to be back.
Absolutely. I know we got JT going to be helping us run down some numbers here. We're going to start off by watching Danielle and Valerie. Valerie had a nice 228 game to create some distance between her and the cut. For Danielle, we saw that 190. Makes it 20 pins between her and the plus 168 right now for the overall for the Hall of Fame Classic with Angie Ramirez-Perea. Looks like she stuck with the ball that she switched to on the fill ball last game. Was able to get the strike to kick things off, mix them all up, made them all fall down.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what bowling ball that is, but to my knowledge, knowing a little bit of the Storm line and the Storm products, I believe that's a really strong one she's got in her hand. So like I said, generally a little bit stronger ball, keep it in the oil longer so you don't have to play the friction. It looks like that's what she's going to try and do here and try and get left, keep it sort of just fading it at the 3-pin, like a little old school fallback, and hopefully it tips up and, she can find a way to bowl 230 here.
I feel that would make Del Ballard proud. Seeing that type of reaction, that one hooks a little bit too much, though. Looks like a 310.
Yeah, she doesn't look super aggressive to me, Aaron. Maybe it's, I know my wife was having some problems with the approaches yesterday. I don't know if some of it's that, but I'm used to seeing Danielle look, nice and aggressive, and just never really look like she's tentative on a shot. And right now, she just looks a little tentative to me. I don't know. What do you think?
I would have to agree with that one. Moving to a new pair as well with the ball change. But yeah, that one, especially describing the look we thought we were going to see. You wouldn't expect with the ball that strong to get to the end of the pattern and fade with where it was. So we'll get to see the adjustment from here. It looks like JT is ready to join us as well, so we'll bring him in.
Yeah, guys. I don't know if you mentioned this, Aaron. I've been in and out of some other things, but we brought Chuck Gardner in at the end of the block earlier today, and he made a prediction on the number, which was, you remember what that number was?
220. 220 was the safe number.
And 221 is looking like that could be the number. So he was 1 pin off.
That's pretty good.
Although he did say, I just talked to him, he said he could very easily see that number going a lot higher than 221.
I believe Caitlin Johnson was the 221 number. So for the rookie out here, she had some homework and tests to take care of, and then it was time to watch the live stream. So I'm sure Caitlin is pretty nervous right now.
Yeah, I'm sure she is. And I'm nervous too, because I don't think I've done this much math since I was in college.
I certainly got some number crunching to do in the next few minutes here as we get to the conclusion of this game. Just got a note from our Director of Operations and USBC Hall of Famer, Tennille Milligan. That's always cool to say, by the way. We do have some scores up after 8, so let's look at the ITRC Classic first. Bowling on A squad right now, Rocio has moved into the top spot for A squad competitors. She's now 4th overall at plus 259. Surpassing Julia Bond, who's at plus 254, and Brianna Cote also at plus 254. So right now they are 4th and tied for 5th. Dasha Kovalova has moved into 8th place overall at plus 243. Missy Parkin at plus 237. Jillian Martin with that big 236 last game, now in 11th place at plus 223. Caitlin Johnson, the cut number, plus 221. First player out at the moment, Sandra Gongora at plus 97. Jordan Richard at plus 192. And then after that, we have to go all the way down to Maria Balanova at plus 136. So for Maria, she needs 10 strikes in a row somewhere, basically, to have an opportunity to get to that number. So looks like we have Jordan, Sandra, Jillian, and, potentially Missy or Dasha if they have a rough game. But that's kind of the big names here for the ITRC match play starting tomorrow. Looking at the Hall of Fame Classic.
I mean, it's kind of crazy that Jillian Martin's barely in the cut. Hasn't she been averaging 260 the last couple of games?
She basically has, which makes it even more crazy. But looking at the Hall of Fame Classic, right now we have the cut is still plus 168 for the 24th spot. The first player above that who's active right now is Valerie Bercier at plus 197. So she's got 29 pins. Once again, the first player behind it, Danielle McEwen, first player out at plus 148. So she needs to find a 220 look in this game in order to qualify for match play for the Hall of Fame Classic Monday and Tuesday. Jacqueline Evans at plus 73 is the only other player on the current squad who can get up there. So she needs essentially 300 to do that. So pretty much Danielle, whether or not she can get to 220, or almost improbable to think that finishing second at in qualifying at the Bowlers Journal Classic could result in her not making match play at the Hall of Fame Classic.
Well, it certainly makes part of the math easier on us. We're just looking at one player, whether they're going to shoot 220 or not. It's shocking as heck, though, that it's Danielle McEwen.
Yeah, JT, I don't know if you've been able to hear me, but yeah, I said that's, who would have thunk, that after the qualifying of the first block, I mean, especially because Danielle is usually really good at keeping the ball in front of her, which looked like the recipe for success on the earlier squad. So to see her have this struggle, I also mentioned to see her struggle even on the U.S. Open is surprising. Let alone when the scoring pace is this high. So it just goes to show you how crazy our game can be.
It is. And you know what else is interesting and I think also appropriate since we're in the ITRC, that Rod Ross, he pioneered these player assessments and basically evaluated your ability to consistency, versatility on a number of different criteria. And Danielle McEwen was the best ever tested at playing straight, basically keeping the ball in front of you. And several of her titles have come on conditions where you have to keep the ball in front of you. And I secretly, before the squad started, had picked her as my favorite to lead this squad. So the fact that she's 47 under right now, going into the last game, is just more than shocking.
Yeah, I couldn't agree 100%. I'm very aware of the the ETAs, as we call them within the Team USA program, the elite training assessments. And Danielle is one of the more versatile girls of being able to do everything. Any girl who makes Team USA that many years is going to be good and versatile. But yeah, Danielle's thrown up some pretty incredible stats over the years with our training assessments. One of the things that she's the best at is just keeping those angles really, really in front of her. So, to me at JT, I told Aaron, to me, she doesn't look quite comfortable. I don't know if you see anything out there being on the lanes, but you can tell she's fighting ball motion because she does not look loose and fluid. It's almost like she's trying to fit it in there a little bit. And, as much as anybody, when the scoring pace is high, if you feel like you're trying to bowl in a phone booth and you feel like you got to fit it, that is not a recipe for success.
Yeah. And, Chad Murphy, earlier today, had an interesting viewpoint, although he really said it about the players that had to come back and bowl this morning. He said, hey, if you've got to lift a trophy and then turn around and bowl it, at 10 o'clock the next morning. That's not always easy to bounce back and do. Shannon did a great job. She was very loose this morning. She was kind of having fun with the ball reps and some of her fellow players, and obviously bowled great. Danielle had the whole day to kind of relax and recoup. So the fact again that she's struggling today on something that should be in her wheelhouse, I just don't know what the problem could be.
Yeah, JT, that's a great point. And to be 100% honest with you, when I'm on these things, I try and be as transparent as possible. I think that makes for better viewership and a more enjoyable viewing experience. And I would be lying if I said that I didn't think that same sort of thing that Chadwick mentioned, that Shan won, which is awesome, but is she going to come down off that high and just struggle today just because it's so close? You did okay, you won. Well, now you're at 0. You're starting all over again.
Right.
So, I was pretty busy with the girls team today, and so I didn't get to see any bowling. And I passed Shannon Plahowski, who was keeping up with the scores, and she said Shannon's bowling good, and it was like a sigh of relief to my heart because I hadn't seen any score. And she's like, yeah, she's in second after 6 or 7 games. And so that made me feel really good. Another thing to add to you, as we see Danielle, once again, I thought lane 5 would hook more. It generally does in the facility. But one thing to add with Danielle could be, maybe she hasn't quite recovered from that defeat last night. She not only did she lead by a lot, which it's always hard to lead a tournament by a lot, and then have to go 1 game for the title, but then to also in that 1 game have a 30-pin lead through 4 frames and just kind of watch it dwindle away and end up, losing. Maybe that's something. And then she has to stew on it all day too. I know Danielle's got an incredibly strong mental game. But you never know. Some stuff like that can be, they can just sort of stick around a little bit longer. Maybe it should.
Yeah, and the other thing too is I'm sure the thought never crossed her mind that she could miss this cut after the way she bowled a couple of days ago and then yesterday. So, at some point you have to kind of reset and say, okay, I'm not going to make the cut in this second event, but now I gotta get my stuff together so that I can make the cut in the Hall of Fame Classic. And then you start looking at the number and you say, oh my gosh, I'm in jeopardy of missing the cut. You start to press. You're, like you said, you're not comfortable. That's a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, when 220, is kind of like the going rate right now for at least the people who are bowling well, and you're struggling not to have a couple opens through the first 5 frames of at least the last couple games. It's hard. And I think she's doing the right thing here. She's getting out of that super strong ball. If you keep it in front of you and that ball's not going to lay there, that's going to make it hard to really throw a lot of strikes. You need to put a ball in your hand that's going to give you a little hold. Because on 43 feet, you're not going to have a ton of room to do it right, especially if you want to, retain some energy and watch the ball knock them over. So I think she's making the right decision here, and she's going to have to find a look what I found 6-bagger here. She's going to be struggling.
Yeah, max now of 232 for Danielle. So essentially, this is this is it up until if she gets this one, she's got to go basically off the state. But a few storylines to keep an eye on. Missy Parkin with some struggles here. She was at plus 237, so only 16 pins ahead of that cut number. It looks like Jillian Martin still bowling strong as Danielle leaves the half 10 there. But on 9 and 10, Sandra Gongora and Jordan Richard both bowling well. Both were out of the cut at plus 197, plus 192, and both well within reach of surpassing that 221 number.
Yeah, and Missy missing this cut would be almost as big a shock as Danielle missing the Hall of Fame cut. After the way Missy bowled the first few games, I thought she had a chance to catch Liz. And then, but
she was actually ahead of Liz after 3.
Yeah, right. I mean, but what was interesting is something Chuck Gardner said earlier today, which was this squad has a lot more rev rate. They're going to play a little bit further left to start. And Missy obviously had the great start, but then once she had to jump left, she couldn't just inch her way left. She had to jump a zone or two because now she's in the laydown of all the higher rev rate players. And so that makes sense as to why she struggled these last few games. And now she's got to try to find a way to grind out something to hang on to the cut.
Yeah, if I can interject really quick, I put down some numbers here because if I'm going to be tasked with number crunching, I want to make sure I got them all proper. So, 221 is going to be her big number. She's 16 pins ahead of that. So 16 pins, I think, in my opinion, 185, 15 pins. Staying above that number is going to be monumental. If she can't do that, she's not going to make the cut. Because like you said, Sandra needs 220, 230, 225. Puts her ahead of that 221 number, and JoJo needs 230 to get ahead of that number. So if Missy can't stay above that number, she's pretty much going to have no chance.
And we just switched over there. Sandra gets the strike in the 9th. So Mark gets her into the 230s. Jordan Richard is in full strikeout mode here. 236 would get her to 228 over.
Yeah, that gets above the 221 number, so that's got a chance. That's the baseline number right now, obviously, but that can change with Missy if Missy's going backwards a little bit. And Aaron, I mentioned earlier when the screen changes, I really can't see the score. Whoever is up when it turns yellow, I can't see the score, so I'm going to have a tough time doing my doing that really quick. I'm going to need a little help with that.
Absolutely, and with that miss in the 9th by Jordan Richard, the 6'10", dropped her max down to 216, so she will not get to plus 221. Taking a look, Danielle McCune did not strike over on lane 5, so...
That's it, right?
So that's it, yep, she's down to 211.
Yeah, man, that's crazy.
Wow, that's shocking.
Yeah, that is shocking. I mean, I feel for Danielle. It's got to be hard to, bowl a set like this, as good of a player as she is. But, she'll be back in April. I can guarantee you that. And she'll be ready to go.
And you mentioned that number for Missy. She's currently on a 174 pace.
Oh, wow.
So she will need to find a three-bagger here.
Yeah, because, when it comes down to stuff like this, Aaron and JT, count becomes a huge thing. And she's already beneath that 5 pins of count that she would need to bowl 185. So she doesn't even need a double. Now she needs a triple to get above that count number. So, yeah, she's going to need – what frame is she in?
She just left a Mixer 7. That was in frame 7.
7.
So with the spare now, let's see, max score 203.
Yeah, I just have one final thought on Danielle, and then we can move on to some of the other players. But she's the last couple of seasons, she started off slow. And typically what happens is she goes out and bowls a lot of tournaments against the men. Her swing gets inside out so she can loop it a little bit more with the men. And then it takes her a few weeks to kind of get back in the groove of going up the lane. This pattern was very much a pattern where you couldn't loop the ball. And the first pattern was. And so she did very well on it. And this one, obviously, she didn't do very well. But she'll figure it out. She'll correct it, and she'll be back. But it's been characteristic of her the last couple of seasons. And frankly, it cost her Player of the Year a couple of years ago, the first year Shannon won it, because it was so close.
All right, guys, here's a quick update. Sandra got the first strike in the 10th, so she is going to move into the number. Jillian's going to be in the 230s, so she is maintaining her spot. So Jordan is going to be out, so it's really up to Missy to hang on for that.
Yeah, so that's exactly it. Unless Maria Bolanova has a 9-bagger that I can't see, does she?
I don't believe so.
Okay, so then, yeah, it's going to be between Missy and Caitlin Johnson. If Missy can stay, if Missy needs to bowl 185 or better.
All right, so we'll head back to there. Great game by Sandra Gongora to make the cut there. Going to be in the 250s down the stretch. We'll head back to 5 through 8.
Because with Sandra going in, that means one person's coming out. So currently, as we stand, that would be CJ on the outs. But if Missy drops beneath CJ, then it would be Missy out and then CJ in at that 221 number.
Big shot there from Missy. Gets the strike, sets herself up. We mentioned Valerie Bercier had put about 30 pins between her and Angie. I think she's still going to be safe. She's having some struggles this game, but with Danielle faltering, she's not going to drop far enough to fall out of the top 24.
Yeah, the 24 number really isn't the number, right? It's the 25 number. So that would be Danielle. So she would have to just stay above Danielle, and not really. It doesn't matter if she stays above Danielle or not.
Bowling math, folks. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, bowling math is a science, I guess. You know, fun. I love it.
Now, see if they taught us that in school. I mean, it'd be a whole different thing. When they say you don't use math outside of school and all that stuff. Look at us go.
That's for sure.
Somewhere between differential calculus and geometry.
Yeah, and physics. Throw that in there too when it comes to bowling ball.
All right, Missy is going to be getting up on lane 8 momentarily here.
And this is in what frame? Is this a must strike here, Aaron?
This is a must strike.
This is the 9th frame for her. If she does not strike here, her max score falls to 183.
Yeah, so that would fall 183 would be minus 17. That'd put her 1 pin behind.
And we saw Missy do this at the end of qualifying at the Bowlers Journal Classic. We saw it again at the end of match play to make the stepladder finals, where she threw these clutch strikes to continue to move on to the next round. Does she have it one more time, folks?
Yeah, Missy's clutch. There's no doubt about it. I've seen Missy. I've been fortunate enough to be a ball rep on the ladies tour since its inception. And Missy is not afraid to throw good shots when she needs it. We saw it last night, and I've seen it for the last 10 plus years on Team USA as well.
And comes up light 245.
Wow. Yeah, it looked like she missed that one a little bit to me, but if my bowling math is right, I think that's a no-go right there, Aaron. I think that puts her 1 spot out. I think unless there's someone from way back beneath Maria. Maria was 136. So unless somebody's bowling 300 that's in the 120s, I'm pretty sure that means that CJ is going to sneak in. And if Missy makes this spare and goes strike, strike, strike in the 10th, she's going to miss by a stick.
That's how I see the math working out as well.
Yeah, that's what I was hearing. As I excused myself from the screen because I had a couple of guys come over and tell me that is exactly what I'm hearing. Caitlin is the number at 221. Chuck Gardner also took a little opportunity to gloat about his earlier prediction of 220 being the number and being off by 1. That's pretty impressive.
Chuck gloating? Come on, JT.
It's not impressive that he's gloating or surprising, but it is pretty impressive that in Game 7 or earlier today, he predicted 220 as the number, and it ended up being 221.
Yes, and if there was any bowling left in the first squad, it becomes more impressive. Not as impressive if the first squad is already done because you have those dead numbers to base it off of.
Yeah.
But if there was still bowling to be done in the first squad, then yes, that's extremely impressive. Little golf clap to Chuck.
Hey, he did nail it, though, so technically he still has some work to do. So
That's true. That's true.
It's not like the A++, but just like the normal A+. No, that's fantastic. Obviously, Chuck on the Truck has been doing it for a long time. Big shout out to Truck for dropping the number, throwing it out there. He was a little bit higher on his guess at the Bowlers Journal Classic. He said about plus 130. It was plus 109, but nailing it here at the ITRC Classic.
Yeah, or you could just blame it on CJ. I mean, she might have struck on a fill ball that he thought she was going to get 9 on. So,
did you guys mention who led this squad?
We know it was Rocio heading into the final game. Let's see if we can. She shot 182 though, so I know she had Julia and Brianna not too far behind. Technically, there are probably a few players who could potentially go around here for squad lead.
You know, JT, I think you're right here. You know, I didn't see the earlier squad. I didn't see the beginning of this squad, but the pairs that we've been watching look a little messy. You know, they don't look really super. They don't look easy right now. They don't look like 230 scoring pace. So I think maybe what you said, that higher rev rate started a little deeper. And so now they're forced to get left of the pocket, meaning, you know, you're crossing left of 20. And so it just makes that little wet dry motion to where the balls that control the pocket probably aren't going to knock them over. And the balls that are going to knock them over, it's harder to control the pocket.
Yeah, for sure.
Hey, JT, taking a look at scores in Merrick here. Chance it might be Dasha moving all the way up to lead A squad here.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna pick her as your interview because she's always a good interview no matter what, and even if she's not the leader on the squad, we want to talk to her. So I'm gonna go grab her, and I'll be back with her in a moment for you guys to talk to.
All right, sounds good. Bowling math strikes again.
Bowling math 101.
But you know, interesting to see some of the players. You know, as massive as a block as Liz had earlier. You know, she slowed down a little bit that last game. Rocio was leading the way. She shot 182 in that final game. I know Julia was not going too crazy this game. She could max out 197. But Dasha, Jillian down the stretch as well, throwing some big strikes over on 1-2 to put up some pretty big numbers to wrap things up. And I'm sure some disappointment for the two competitors left on our screen right now. Hard to imagine with the way the tournament and the day started for Danielle and Missy respectively.
Yeah, for sure. You know, two of the better players on the ladies tour year after year. So to see them struggle, you know, it's always a little bit of a surprise. You know, unfortunately, you know, you get to see it. You know, I've spent, like I said, 5 years as a ball rep. So you can see blocks like that happen to Missy, and not just to Missy, but you see them happen to everybody to where, you know, the block is so long that, you know, you find success and you have good ball reaction. And then before you know it, it's literally like you walked across the street into a different bowling center and you struggle to get a double when just a few games before it seemed like a 5-bagger was just rolling off your tongue. And so you see that so often, and it's just a testament to how good these girls and the guys on the guys tour, just how good they are to be able to, and how challenging it is to stay ahead of the transition and stay ahead of all the moves consistently, because you just saw it with Misty. You know, she went from just being almost a lockjaw in the cut number through 4 or 5 games to then, you know, finding her way on the out.
All right, Brian, we have started our giveaway as well for an annual Bowl TV subscription. So one lucky winner is going to take that home. Just click submit entry and you'll be good to go. But right now we're going to test your interview skills. We just went through your bowling math skills, which were top notch. But we're going to bring in Dasha Kovalova here to.
I've never done one of those before, Aaron.
Oh, it's easy. Just follow my lead.
Okay, I will.
Oh.
I wasn't prepared for that though. Hi, Dasha.
I just lucky Bernie over here. I'm gonna put it away here. I'm taking.
Lucky Bernie there.
Dasha, can you see me?
Yes. Hi, Brian. How is it going?
Hi, you look amazing. You do. You look amazing, sweetie. And great bowling today. Very proud of you.
Thank you. Thank you. I still got it.
That was.
You still do got it.
Absolutely. When we talked to your ball rep, Chuck Gardner, prior to the start of A squad, actually toward the end of B squad, not only did he nearly guess the cut number correctly, he said Dasha is probably going to have a big day today, and you delivered that. So what were you seeing out there, and why were you able to make Chuck look like a prodigy today with 2 correct calls like that?
Because I heard him talk about it, and then I got very anxious because I was like, thanks, Chuck. But way to put pressure on me. Now I have to bowl good. You know, I think from, you know, last time I bowled, I didn't bowl that great. So I just kind of tried to actually see the lane and make sure I understand what's happening. So I don't think I was fully there the day prior. And I just made good decisions, made sure I know what my bowling balls are doing, and it kind of just all lined up. And Yay.
Yay, indeed. And you mentioned the Bowlers Junior Classic not necessarily going as planned. With that extra day to just kind of sit and wait and think about it, you mentioned being anxious already, but how tough was it to sit there during match play while everyone else was out competing for that title?
Oh, I angry walked on treadmill a lot. I put it to like 3.5, and I just kept walking until I got not frustrated.
Not frustrated. Well, that's a fair way. Brian was talking about I think a 12-mile walk earlier. So how many miles did you log on that?
I didn't walk a lot of miles, but I was very passionate. I tried my best.
Yeah, and that's all that really matters, Dasha. If you're going to walk, you do it passionately. Dasha, as someone who I think, really, really has success when you can keep the ball those straighter lines, that fits your eye a little bit better. So, going into today, were you confident that, hey, this kind of, maybe the last tournament didn't go my way, but, I'm really confident in, playing the lanes how I think they need to be played?
To be honestly, I'm never confident to play the lanes, but I just wanted to go out there and just try my best. Just try to make sure that I'm on top of movements and I understand what's going on. And I had great communication with Chuck, and it all just kind of lined up together. I just wanted to make sure I was me on the lanes and not just somebody who gives up after a bad shot or two,
You definitely performed. Once again, we believe leading A squad here. Still waiting for the official numbers, but regardless, you got bonus bowling tomorrow. If there's any adjustments, excellent moves, by the way, as well.
We can do this.
But as far as any adjustments you think you might make between now and the start of competition tomorrow morning, 10 local time, 11 Eastern, what kind of small tweaks do you think you might make?
I might change the tape in my thumb because I haven't changed it in like 5 days. So that would probably be a good idea. And then I would also adjust some of my surfaces to be more, to be less lane shine, because I noticed that at some point my bowling balls just went backwards instead of doing what they're supposed to do to strike, So probably refresh the surfaces and tape.
Gotcha. Well, Brian, do you have anything else?
No, it's great to see you bowling out there competing again, Dasha. I'm sure I'll see you, not now, but in April, I'll see you. And, obviously anytime you lace them up, you said it's funny. I find it just ironic that you say, you're not very confident when you put the lanes on when you put the shoes on, because I know anytime that Dasha's on the lanes, you're one of the ones that all the girls have to beat. So you go out there tomorrow, and as long as you don't beat my wife, you're free to beat everybody else. Okay.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Don't. No.
Okay.
No.
There we go. It's been stated, Brian. It's been stated.
Just no. Finger, no. Finger, no.
Square. No. She did great yesterday, by the way. Congratulations. It was awesome.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I had a lot to do with it.
Good job, Brian. Way to go, man.
His superstitions played the key part down the stretch. But Dasha, thank you so much for joining us here. We'll let you rest up for tomorrow. Great bowling, and we'll see you tomorrow on Bowl TV at the ITRC Classic.
All right. See you tomorrow. Bye.
Bye. Good luck, Dasha.
Bye.
All right, Brian. The only thing we have left to do now is actually wait for the official number announcement from Tennille. So once again, it's up to you if you want to hang around while we patiently wait for the number.
Well, when you took that little break for that last game, I went out in the living room, and there are some wonderfully baked chocolate chip cookies out there. So I may bail out on you right now because we already know the number. So I think this may be my time to just go put some chocolate chip cookies in my belly. What do you think of that?
To be honest, I'm jealous I'm not there because that sounds delicious right now. So, Brian, I will let you go enjoy. You've earned at least 2 or 3. I'm going to say that right now. With all your help today here on the Bowl TV broadcast, we appreciate you coming in. Best of luck to you and the Bearcats the rest of the weekend, and we will see you in just a couple of days at the Prairie View A&M Invitational.
That's right. Thank you very much, Aaron. Always a pleasure. Like I said, you guys do a wonderful job. It's great to have Bowl TV back kicking. It's great to have the ladies on the lanes, bowling fearlessly. And, we'll see you next weekend in DFW.
DFW. There we go. All right, Brian. Take care, bud. We'll talk soon.
See you, buddy.
All right, everybody. A big thank you once again to Brian O'Keefe, Junior Team USA head coach, director of bowling operations. for McKendree University. And of course, the husband to PWBA Bowlers Journal Classic champion winner, Shannon O'Keefe. All right, folks, as Brian said, we are fairly confident in our math here, but since we've already been here till it's almost it's 8:40 right now here locally, we're going to hang out a couple more minutes, wait for the official tallies, get those refreshes going on the scores to make sure we have delivered the correct information to you. From what we have determined, what we believe to be correct, the cut for the ITRC Classic plus 221, Caitlin Johnson earning the last spot, Sandra Gongora moving in, Missy Parkin falling out the last game. And for the Hall of Fame Classic, which is the culmination of the Bowlers Journal Classic and the ITRC Classic, the 9 games of qualifying for each for 18 games, we believe it's going to be Angie Ramirez-Perea at plus 168 hanging on to the final spot. Potentially Valerie had some struggles that game. I didn't see what she finished with. So the number could move to her, but that would not necessarily change the 24 in the cut. So just looking ahead, unofficial, of course, the 24 advancing to the Hall of Fame Classic. And once again, pinfall does drop for this event. It's 24 games of round-robin match play over the course of 3 8-game blocks to determine the top 5. Everyone's starting at 0. So bonus pins, total pinfall, just from that event will determine the champion. But you qualify through these two. Just running them down, it looks to be Liz Johnson, Shannon O'Keefe, Stephanie Johnson, Missy Parkin, Lindsay Boomershine, Jillian Martin, Brianna Cote, Aaron McCarthy, Julia Bond, Dasha Kovalova, Maria Jose Rodriguez, Taylor Boltais, Rocio Restrepo, Sandra Gongora, Jordan Richard, Maria Balanova, Ashley Galante, Clara Guerrero, Lily Robles, Valerie Bercier, Caitlin Johnson, Diana Zavialova, Christy Leong, and Angie Ramirez-Perea in some sort of order there. So those will be your 24 for match play unofficially at the PWBA Hall of Fame Classic taking place Monday and Tuesday. We have the regional event, the Arlington Regional, going on Sunday. Qualifying round 8-game, as well as the stepladder finals that evening. So right now still hanging out. While we have this opportunity, as we all wait for the official number, first off, just a big thanks to everyone for taking a minute to become part of the Bowl TV community, for taking advantage of this free look into the PWBA Tour season. We'll be back all day with match play tomorrow. Those first 2 rounds will be free with just the login. So you've already done the hard part. You've created the login. Now is the time to tell your friends to check it out. We're doing cool stuff. Great analysis. Great guests coming in as well. And then tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern, our second PWBA Tour national title will be given out here at the ITRC Classic. That will require a subscription, multiple options, $79.95 for the annual subscription. So if you want to watch the PWBA Tour all season long, right there, that's already a great deal, but plenty of opportunities to go with the qualifying and match play of the USBC Masters, the U.S. Open, the Intercollegiate Team and Singles Championships, plenty of collegiate action leading up to the postseason, the sectionals as well, Junior Gold, USA Bowling, Senior Masters, Super Senior Classic, the Bowlers Journal Team Championship a little bit later in the year. And, there's some other stuff in there too, folks. I'm sure I'm forgetting some. All in all, it's adding up to about 90 events throughout the course of 2021. So as we talked about for that annual subscription, basically less than $1 an event, closer to 50 cents, according to Mr. Bernie Sanders. So we will have to definitely suggest that if you're looking long-term into Bowl TV. If you just want to try it out monthly, which might be a great idea to go for the rest of the Bowlers, the Kickoff Classic, $9.95. And, we mentioned some of those collegiate events as well. You'll get to see those a little bit later into January and the start of February as well. The Prairie View A&M Invitational next weekend. The weekend after that, the Mid-States Championships. And then I believe February 20th and 21st, the Hoosier Classic in Indianapolis, all on the horizon. And, you fall into the month time frame to get all those too. So for $9.95, an excellent deal. Get the rest of the stepladder finals here, access to all the archived events, vault, backstage, all the on-demand content. And great opportunity. Potentially the best price to hit it at right now. We do have the event pass $12.95 to catch the last 3 step ladders here, as well as an event pass, $4.95 each. So that's kind of the rundown here, looking ahead to the next couple of days. But you'll definitely want to get that subscription. I've given away some cool stuff. That's a big part of the Bull TV experience as well. We like giving away things to the folks who take some time out to subscribe. So we definitely appreciate those opportunities. We gave away 3 bowling balls, a PS4, and a lifetime subscription to Bowler's Journal magazine during the stepladder final yesterday. Maybe not exactly the same, but we got some great stuff coming up. More bowling balls for sure. So be on the lookout for those. But once again, we're hoping to get an official cut number. And I just got a note from USBC Hall of Famer Tennille Milligan, who's also the PWBA Director of Operations. And there she goes. She's announcing them right now. And we see the update. It is online. It is available. Liz Johnson leads at plus 394. Following her in the standings, Stephanie Johnson, Dasha Kovalova, who we just talked to, Brianna Cote, Shannon O'Keefe, Jillian Martin moves all the way into 6th place. She will make her 2nd consecutive match play appearance. Sandra Gongora shoots 259 to move into 7th. Taylor Baltai, she bowled so phenomenal earlier today, making the cut. Julia Bond, such a great performance on lane. 9th place. Rocio back at it in 10th. Lindsay Boomershine, back-to-back cuts for her as well. And Caitlin Johnson, plus 221, hanging on to that last spot. So hopefully the tests went well, Caitlin. You are moving on to match play tomorrow. First players out of the cut line here at the ITRC Classic. Missy Parkin plus 207, Jordan Richard plus 196, and Lily Robles plus 192. Once again, Hall of Fame Classic, not quite official yet. Still waiting on the final tally for that one. Appreciate everyone hanging out. Once again, you can find all this information on PWBA.com and the PWBA social media channels. Twitter's been crazy throughout the course of the day. Facebook, we had Mike Flanagan on earlier talking about his little documentary, 21 minutes of action behind the scenes at the ITRC this week. Definitely worth checking out. I'm going to do that as soon as we wrap up here. And of course, Instagram story, Facebook story. You basically get an inside look, all the just the whole environment is living on social media. So big shout out, Caitlin Nelson, Mike Flanagan, Kim Richter as well for helping out for that. When we look at some of the longer form videos, we mentioned Mike already, but Andrew Salaveria as well, doing great things as he always does. So shout out to Andrew, putting in the long hours this week as well. But social media, we'll definitely have the update. PWBA.com will have the PDF that we're refreshing right now. So as soon as that's updated, you'll see it there. And of course, a little bit later today, Matt Cannizzaro, my host throughout the course of the day, stepped out to start working on the recap article of qualifying today, looking at the ITRC Classic and qualifying for the Hall of Fame Classic. That'll be available on PWBA and bowl.com later tonight. So be sure to be on the lookout for that a little bit later this evening. Once again, do see it in the chat. 11 a.m. Eastern, 10 local time here in Arlington for match play competition at the ITRC Classic. That's the first round, 6 games. It'll go by quick. We'll have a bit of a break. Second 6-game block starts at 5 p.m. Eastern. And then the stepladder finals at 9 p.m. Eastern. 4 players once again. All the excitement. And we will get to see all the good stuff heading down as we crown our second champion of the 2021 season. All right, Hall of Fame Classic standings now updated online. We think we know it. The number was correct, plus 168. The final spot, Angie Ramirez-Perea, the final player into the top 24. Once again, we were talking about it throughout the course. Danielle McCune unable to get to the cut number for the Hall of Fame Classic, plus 134, so she finished 34 pins back of the number. Sydney Brummett out of the cut line as well at plus 94. And I can hear Tennille making the announcements. The overall qualifying leader for those two events, Liz Johnson, at plus 496, averaging 227 over the course of both of those patterns. But once again, as we mentioned, pinfall goes back to 0. So Liz in first spot, Angie in 24, both starting with 0. So it'll be fun, exciting, and a little bit crazy as well on Monday and Tuesday as we get to that stepladder final Tuesday night at 9 p.m. Eastern to wrap up the kickoff classic as well. But it's been a crazy long day. So many great guests to join us throughout the course of the day. We're very thankful to all those folks. Thinking on this squad, we had Lou Marquez for a second. We had Rod Ross jump in as well for a couple games. It's great to see Rod. Brian O'Keefe down the stretch. Shannon O'Keefe stopped in before some internet troubles. Double J, John Janowitz, breaking down the lane pattern, helping us put together a trios team as well. It was all great. So big thanks to them. Of course, to the staff inside the ITRC this week, Nick Harishny, Lou Marquez, for all they're doing, all the folks working inside the environment for PWBA, Jason Thomas, Tennille Milligan, Rob Gottschall, Caitlin Nelson. Thank you for all the hard work. Finally, Matt Cannizzaro, the man, the myth, the legend. I know you're still listening right now, working on that article. So appreciate all the hard work today. Look forward to reading the recap article as well. Folks, my name's Aaron Smith. Thank you so much for being part of the Bowl TV community with us. We look forward to seeing you again tomorrow, 11 a.m. Eastern, first round match play here at the PWBA ITRC Classic. So I'm going to go ahead and sign off from the Bowl TV studio. Everybody have a fantastic, great, wonderful evening. And remember, on Bowl TV, bowling lives here. Good night, folks.